$400.
That will be live-ish. So we didn't get to have this discussion, and I don't hold it against Multi or Charles because it's hard. Like, we don't get like, we come from fans. I mean, Charles comes more from
A movie reviewer.
Yeah, so we don't say that she hasn't made money.
No,
like
that would be a lie. It
would be a lie. I just think Disney, since the acquisition of Star Wars, it's kind of like, look at it this way. They make a lot of money based on what is it? It's Hasbro makes the most profit for in Magic, D&D, Wizards of the Coast. But all that profit gets sucked out because Hasbro dumps it into other projects. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yes.
So if you mismanage funds,
if you mismanage
the funds, yes. I had to go pick up an item up from somebody in game. But so they take that profitable sector, right?
Mm-hmm.
What is the profitable sector and use it? No one is saying that new Star Wars isn't. Fandoms have to evolve with the times, just as society does.
For certain fandoms, yes. Certain fandoms,
certain.
You need to evolve a lot less and a lot slower, because if you try and change the fandom, which we will get into later with Kathleen Kennedy and some of the stuff like Acolyte, hurts the fandom.
It hurts, yes.
People want similar, and they want to know what they know and what they enjoy, but they want to see evolve because they want it to grow. They don't want the same stale stuff, but they don't want to change necessarily. They just want to expand more so.
Yeah. It was the issue with, and it goes back to when she came into Star Wars. We touched upon this on the Kathleen Kennedy React video, but not to the degree that I felt was comfortable or wanted to. Because Multi doesn't sometimes like us. He calls tangents, but it's like a layer of an onion scenario.
Yeah. Because there were certain things that we tried to talk about, which just, I don't think
it goes over people's heads. You can't say
and I think, and even near the end when I brought up a certain topic about, if you look at the overall, not just if you actually look at every example of it starts to add up, and he started and you could see it in his sort of face. He's like,
that doesn't make sense. That just doesn't make any. There's the issue, right?
We were talking about race changes and whatnot, and he was like, well, and it's not just about doing it once or twice. I said, I started bringing up every example, and then I brought up how they were sort of, when they were talking about doing Ironheart, changing her to the daughter, which would have made a lot more sense.
Okay, Ironheart initially, by the way.
No, I know, but when people were talking, after seeing Endgame, people were starting to go, because you saw what's her name, Stark, wearing her mother's helmet.
Yeah,
and people were saying
there's a whole, and by the way, there is a whole separate hero, because she gets Stark does in one future have a kid with her normally.
Well, yes. Well, isn't in one story,
I forget which.
Kang the Conqueror is actually a descendant of Stark.
Kang's origins have never been fully said.
The two main ones I've heard is that he is.
Well, okay, we know. Let me correct this list. It comes from either we don't know. Some said he's related to Doom, and the either leader he's either a descendant of Starks or Fantastic Four.
Yeah, he's one of three: Stark,
or a mixture of Doom and a Fantastic Four.
Well, only one. Point. But yeah, but it's usually the three. He's either a Reed, a Doom, or a Stark.
But more interesting enough, when he goes in the future, his timeline, he goes over to Latveria.
Mm-hmm.
He can respond to Doom technology because it's meant for Doom genetics, but he can also supposedly use Fantastic Four stuff, or he's a genius.
Well, yeah, in everything he's a genius who's saving his timeline.
Well, what he thinks is his sacred version of.
Yeah.
I mean, but you can't ignore he is the ultimate Sith.
Oh no. But what I was saying before was that after seeing Morgan Stark put on the helmet, there were fans especially who were saying...
But let me conclude on that. See, the part there is he does in one continuity create a rescue armor for Pepper.
Oh, yeah. No, that happened in a couple stories. But the point is, we already saw a rescue in the movies. And then we see the daughter who was playing with the armor. And people were going during that movie and after the movie going, oh, wouldn't it be great if they made her the next Iron Man?
Yeah, like future Avengers. I think,
or not even future or Young Avengers or whatnot, or even, but they made her into possibly the new Ironheart because they keep changing things. Like the movies do not go by the comics; they use the comics as
they use the comics as a source,
as a guideline.
Because if I really want to be technical, if you look up the original Ironheart,
no, I know she's black.
No, it goes worse. Ironheart was a parody.
Oh, I didn't know that. I just know the original Ironheart stole the armor.
And okay. I'm not going to elaborate because I'm way too early in the stream. The original Ironheart was an adult parody.
Okay. I didn't know that.
I'm not going to elaborate further.
No. You can tell me that in private. If it's not stream appropriate, you can always tell me later in chat.
It isn't. But fun fact, years and years ago, there's a parody of it. And just like everything else, it finds a way.
But the point is, after seeing Morgan Stark, where they were saying, wouldn't it be a good idea to see her as the next Iron Man? Because like her father. And like they and they always bring up like, well, things are always changed, like they always darken characters in movies.
Yeah.
Why not do the one-time light and it would make sense. It wouldn't just be for race swapping, it would be conductive to the story.
And it's not like you have a future Young Avengers with Thor's daughter.
No, but it would make sense to the story to have Morgan Stark in the MCU be the next Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
But that little girl was getting death threats because how dare you take away a black character? And after
she was actually, fun fact about Ironheart. Ironheart's character in the comics, she was, and I had an argument with Dane over this, and Dane said I was wrong, but he didn't understand. Riri Williams was brought into the Marvel comic universe the same year. She was just introduced towards the end of Civil War II.
Was it
Civil War II, where this is look, I hate if the first Civil War you thought was retarded, the second Civil
Oh,
War.
I know. I've never read the second Civil War.
Civil Wars.
I heard I was getting out of Marvel at that point and not reading as much, but yeah, I heard how stupid it was. It was between War Machine and Carol Danvers.
Oh, it's basically, it comes down to someone wants to make like a future. She gets her hands on what turns out to be like a future thing.
Oh yeah, and they're trying to. And wasn't Civil War 2 basically a way to kill off a bunch of main characters?
And Tony Stark gets stabbed through, so Riri Williams shows up as an MIT student.
And she steals his
because Tony Stark leaves his armor floating around like nobody's business.
Doesn't she steal it and hack it and make it her own?
Because what? Tony Stark is... Well, it ultimately comes down to Tony Stark is kind of like...
he became the AI for the suit.
Well, that's part of it. Because people think he dies. Tony Stark at this time in Marvel, if people never understand as a fan, he hates mutants. He tolerates metahumans. At one point, he helped do the Sentinel program, and he leaves his old armors, around the world like you leave trash.
Mm-hmm.
So, she initially reverse engineers an early Armor Wars suit.
Yes.
So, but she's brilliant enough to do it. It looks like the old, like, Jebediah Stone one from the film.
Yep.
Which is like a classic, like, armor look, so to speak.
It was a mix of the classic Iron Sword Hulkbuster. Like,
yeah, like if you go back to like the 70s.
It was like one of the first Iron Man suits mixed with Hulkbuster.
Yeah, go back and look at very early, like
the dome. Oh, I hated those early.
The dome. Go look at the old when he actually looked like a version of the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz.
Oh, and
with like the bubble look armor. Bro.
Oh, and yeah, and
God, go back and look at that.
And it was upgraded to gold, and it was
Oh God.
No, I remember. I was big.
This one people who make you feel old. But like for real, that's what the armor looked like. And it goes back that they had just brought back Miles Morales from the Ultimate Universe Survivor, which Marvel's current, like with the new Ultimate Verse, right?
Oh yeah, after the whole
after the original Ultimates universe ended, it's like the Maker survived. There's like 4 to 5 survivors now.
What was the story where they had all the worlds fight?
No, don't confuse it with Secret Wars.
No, not Secret
Incursions. Wars. Well, you're not talking the Incursions.
Was it the Incursions where Doom was in the white armor and had all the Thor?
No, that is in the wake of the Incursions where the multiverses. Yeah, that's the Incursions.
Yeah,
where the Avengers started blowing up parallel universes from doing it, and then Doom just found a way to reform.
Well, he made it, and then there was the Thor corpse and whatnot. It was pretty much a way for Marvel to get rid of all the multiverses and make one storyline.
So, but it wasn't in wake of this. It's the original Ultimate Verse tried to invade 616.
Yeah.
And was defeated and ultimately collapsed.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's only like a list of survivors. It's kind of like the people who actually survived Age of Apocalypse. Like X-Men.
Yeah.
X-Men and Dark Beast. Holocaust. That you don't never see much.
Yep.
Holocaust is really cool, though, if you ever seen him.
I know I've seen him, I just can't remember him.
He's like a floating skull.
Oh, right, yes.
Like he's energy with a floating skull.
Oh, yeah, I wanted that Build-A-Figure so bad.
It's like really... But he's like... There's a list of survivors. So Miles Morales came in. Miles Morales, though, only initially in the Ultimate Verse got the mantle of Spider-Man, because in the Ultimates verse, they did not want heroes to be resurrected, right? They didn't want those stupid rules.
Yeah.
That's actual facts.
Mm-hmm. No, but
and because he died fighting the Green Goblin. Yeah. And the rule in the Marvel Universe is there always has to be a Spider-Man. Kind of like there always has to be
the original Spider-Verse.
Well, yeah, then you go back to and then Miles Morales was later brought back to 616 and Riri Williams came in. But the thing is, people hated her because she just stepped into the Iron Man role after Tony Stark was killed by Carol Danvers.
Yep.
She goes, I'm just going to, and then she becomes Ironheart. Meanwhile, Miles goes on to be more loved for some bizarre reason in the modern timeline. Also because Bendis, who originally created him, wanted him to be a inspiration for his biracial son. And also a representation of Obama.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people who are activists in Marvel were like, what the fuck? We both love and hate Bendis, okay? Bendis has done some really good runs. But some runs are more loved than the others.
Wokeism is a disease of the mind.
Yes. Bendis's Batmans are... I like some of Bendis's Batmans. Some people hate them. You know? But that's Miles' origin when he got brought back in. That's why some people like him. It's very controversial to have the take. Literally, Bob says, you cannot call Miles Morales Spider. We say Peter Parker is Spider-Man as Bruce Wayne is Batman.
Mm-hmm.
Well, technically Batman can be interchangeable depending on the timeline. But bear in mind, if Batman can't fulfill the role, it's either a Batman or someone related to the Waynes.
Usually someone in the Bat family.
Yes. That's why no one had Batman with... That's actually... That is an argument unto itself. Get lost in. But the idea of Miles Morales is Spider-Man is what someone says. It's like Ed Cook, right? Mm-hmm. Ed Cook literally believes Miles Morales is Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Or can be. Miles Morales has just been moved around as a spider person.
Oh yeah, when you talk about Peter Parker, you say Spider-Man. When you talk about Miles Morales, it's Miles
Morales.
Morales, Spider-Man.
It's like Clark Kent in any universe, except for when he's a descendant of the Zod.
Oh yeah, everything
is Clark Kent.
Yep.
And the descendant of Zod bit is used, like the multiversal Superman, which is black, is a descendant of Zod. Don't sigh. That's a good story.
Steel was a better story than that.
Do you even remember the multiversal Superman story?
Not really. I mostly focused on Batman.
So the idea is it's a Justice League that guards the multiverse.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then I'm done. Don't get off too off track. So this is the same thing. But in the MCU, you have to understand the context. They literally lay out that Tony has a daughter that can inherit the mantle. Mm-hmm. I think it's even one of the Young Avengers runs. It has the daughter takes over.
Yeah, I was going to say there's a couple Young Avengers stories, especially in ones where all the adults were killed off, that there's usually an Iron Man.
And was the daughter.
Yeah.
In one section. There's Thor's daughter there. There's like the daughter of Captain America too.
It's usually Black Widow is either with Captain or Iron Man.
Or
Wasp,
Pepper
Whopper and Wasp and Ant-Man have a kid usually. There's a Hulkling. But going back, because we're sort of way off topic from the initial point of the stream.
I know.
Civil War 2 was one of the reasons when I was getting out of Marvel was because that whole story was them killing off main versions and giving the roles to minorities. Because they killed off Hulk and gave it to what's his name? The Asian one. Amadeus Chow or whatever, or Cho, became the new Hulk, which looked like garbage. I read the first issue or two of that. That was garbage. And it was.
What do you mean that he's Amadeus Cho? Yeah.
Yeah. Today, has that story been canceled? Because that was just a horrible story.
Marvel's unknowingly doing the rule. It's following the original Spider-Man story, where if you go back to the original Spider-Verse story with the totems,
which was a really good story, like
that they actually based the Black Widow movie on, despite it being the world's shittiest thing.
I never saw the movie. I was out of Marvel.
So the Black Widow movie, not Black Widow, but the crap movie from. Even though that villain comes from one of the preludes to the Spider-Verse story, because the reason, and even in the lore, Peter Parker, the power of the spider always descends from Peter Parker in every universe.
Yep.
Hence the spider totems. Basically.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
The spider. Most
one.
people have it. That's why they don't understand. That's also why you have one of the potentially most badass villains. I think it's like Morlon.
Yeah.
Basically, his entire race from a world feeds on spider totems.
Yep.
Like, he would go off to another universe, kill like an evil Spider-Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty. But Civil War 2 was really bad. Like, Disney goes back and runs with all these bad storylines or bad characters. It's just focus to bring it back.
Well, and the only reason that they keep pushing Captain Marvel is for the rights. They don't do. They have to do a Captain Marvel story every few years. Otherwise, DC
Like
gets the rights to bring. Yeah, that's the only reason they keep bringing her back. Now, I don't know why they're stupid and don't bring back the original Captain Marvel. Or Marvel, if they don't bring him back. They have to keep doing Carol Danvers and all these others. Go back to the original Captain Marvel.
Sorry.
But no, Marvel has lost its way along.
So this Marvel ties into Disney, by the way, folks, before you.
Yeah.
The idea of it is because Charles did have the point where what Disney did with Marvel poisoned Star Wars.
Yes. It poisoned a lot of series because they all wanted.
Oh, it poisoned everything. Like,
Marvel.
People forget 2020 was supposed to be the year, the decade of the Justice League.
Yep.
Well, we have seen how that's turned out.
Which time? Because the new one looks like crap as well.
They can't establish a Justice League for shit because they can't figure their own rules, and The Marvel method looks like it's going to be too hard for actors and directors.
The new one looks like crap.
Well, because Marvel poisoned, because this will be the lead up. Marvel, the way they conducted their universe, leads into how I have and Man v. Mandalore looks at how when they acquired Star Wars.
Mm-hmm.
They screwed it up because they feel the need to make it. You start to see the girl boss stuff. Like, okay, we all remember in Endgame, female Avengers symbol.
Oh.
God, if you were in a theater, you could see the people's eyes roll into the back of their heads.
I used to go to Marvel movie every like early premiere the midnight than the day before the actual release. I went to every one of those. I always like to get the special things that they gave to the premiere versions.
What do you mean? Did you buy the popcorn bucket, sir?
Not well. I'd get not. That was before the popcorn buckets. It was more like the a lot of Marvel ones had coins or posters or little things like if you went to the early premiere, and I'd get those. And in Canada, we don't always get all the cool stuff, but I went to all those. Like I think I still have the Avengers coin, but yeah, I went to all those, and I remember there was like almost there was a little bit of a cheer, but there was also a more overpowering sigh. Especially when it's Spider-Man is like looking all helpless and whatnot, and there's like, we got this. It's just like, Jesus fucking Christ.
So the thing about it is, right? What's the second? Is the last? Yeah, so you had the Captain Marvel thing, right?
Oh, yeah.
There's two versions, by the way, of Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel was, even though it made $1 billion, supposedly, there was still the rumors, a lot of empty theaters, a lot of empty showings. So when it came time for Endgame, there's two cuts of Endgame. I'm surprised Charles doesn't know about this. One had more Captain Marvel, and one had less Captain Marvel, depending on the other. Right? And hello, Dragon Slayer. Decided to see you a second. It's popped in. So, the issue itself, right, is I was also in the theater during Endgame when she tried to do the girl boss thing on Thanos, and then she got punched out.
Oh, that was how a lot of people laughed.
In the theater laughed. Okay. Oh, yeah. We were like, okay, you get what you deserved. Right. Mandalore, you didn't you?
Yo, no, it was laughing. I always thought that was stupid, and it made sense because there was people going, but she has the power of the Power Stone. It's like, no, she has absorbed some power. She is not the same strength as the Power Stone. When he grabbed the Power Stone, he overpowered her. And I hate that that's how she got her powers. That was such a stupid cop-out.
Well, what? She is supposed to be like a fighter pilot who got abducted by the Kree.
But getting the power
and
from
then
Marvel.
She has... And I guess this universe didn't establish a full lineage of Captain Marvel.
No, they had just the old female who was apparently Marvel, which was stupid.
Like... And in the whole death, by the way, they disrespect the death of Captain Marvel, or Captain Marvel, who died of cancer, by the way.
Uh-huh.
And his power transferred to her.
Yes, and that was a good story.
That's how you wound up with the original Captain Marvel. But this whole thing with the female Avengers, bear with me, you start seeing this. The reason why she was going to be the face of Disney, and even in Star Wars, they thought they were eyeing her for a project in the High Republic.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we all know how the many Disney Star Wars projects have panned out. The High Republic The novels have been mid, and they seem to can't get anything right.
Well, High Republic started off as crap with a fucking rock. Geode.
Oh, I'm sorry. The Rock is a pilot. Yes.
A telepathic rock who's a pilot.
Apologize. So
Who's a character. It's like, you made a fucking stone a character. It's not a character who's made of stone like most sci-fi shows have.
it's
Even
a sentient
Marvel has
rock. It's
But
a sentient rock.
Yes, a chunk of rock. That's a pilot.
Yes. Yes. That's true. This is
That's how
very
they-
true.
They start off the whole thing with crap. It's also one of the weakest eras.
You know what? Also, they were also targeting a young adult audience too. I swear.
Young female, young adults.
I want to say it was young adults.
But it was leaning more female.
I gotta even remember back. It's kind of like I'm a Gundam fan too, so I remember when they do all these alternate series, and you're just like, "What? What's the rules of this universe you're creating?"
No. But
even George Lucas did. You know what? Even George Lucas thought the Old Republic idea was actually good.
Oh, Old Republic is one of the best looking in design. Like the sort of, it's a very beautiful sort of style. It's a actual more serious story than any other timeline. Or old. Well, no. The further back you go, the more hardcore it gets. Where there was actual many Sith, and there was Sith troopers, and not just those red.
You had the race of Sith. You had the breaking of the Jedi Order. Hello, you, my metal. How are you?
But it was just, there was actual threat. Jedi actually had armor. Jedi weren't known as peacekeepers. They were known as warriors.
No. Didn't they? When was it they established that there was the break in the order from like the 6 or the 12? It was like 13 survivors who fled, and by the dark side of the Force, they were drawn to Korriban, right?
Oh, that was the starting of the Sith.
The Sith were a race.
No, but the Sith were a race, but the original Dark Jedi.
Where there's like 13 of them, right?
Yeah, who were kicked out.
There's a number of them.
Yeah.
Because we only know of like X numbers of them, but there's like 16 survivors.
Well, we have most of their names, but most of their stories aren't really talked about. There's the one.
We got like a few. They go back. This was established in a canon a long time ago. Then they supplanted the original Sith people.
Yeah,
but the only reason they could find the original planet was because they were drawn to it. Yes.
I'm trying to find his first name.
But yes, for the exception. Old Republic had a lot of lore. Even Lucas respected the Legends canon and the Old Republic.
Oh, he wasn't a fan of everything.
He actually did. He said it publicly.
No, but he admitted that he wasn't a fan of a lot of it because it was just too kind of. Because when you do it in nothing but books, when they even went out of comics and started doing novels instead, you can do a lot more, a lot quicker because you don't have to draw everything. You just have to write it up.
It's kind of like one of the original trilogies after the first 6 was Heir to the Empire.
Yes.
Well, there's like the Heir to the Empire. Was it Timothy Zahn? Timothy Zahn. There was the Grand Admiral Thrawn trilogy as well. That was considered. It was whatever the one, I forget, they introduced the Jedi twins. But that was in one of the original trilogies that spawned out as a sequel possible. But this goes back because Kathleen Kennedy originally came from the story group as well. So she knew of Legends in EU.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of things as you can go with what ifs. So there wasn't like, oh, you did not have a wealth of knowledge to draw from.
No, they were creating it at the time.
She was literally the head of it, of the story group. So she threw out the baby with the bathwater. And what I wanted to expand on too, but I couldn't say it with Multi, and I'll do it with him here. Kylo Ren was like Jay Solo.
Yeah.
Dear God. We all said it when we saw The Force Awakens. We're like, okay, there's no Jedi twins, but you're going to go with Jay Solo. Okay.
Jin Tapal, that was the one who I was thinking of.
Jin Tapal, yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, no, he was pretty much... Rey and Kylo were kind of split up into those, but done poorly.
Yeah, because in of course it's the Jedi twins that lead to the Jedi Academy series.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually the brother is the one that turns evil, because I think doesn't he get trained like by the Dark Lady?
He gets trained by the Dark Lady, and also I can't remember. I'd have to look up her name.
You have to go back. And then eventually the sister has to kill him.
Yeah, but it's the
not
lady.
before he kills Mara Jade, by the way.
And then Mara Jade, and then Luke thinking with that goes on a...
Oh, Luke almost flat out kills him.
Well, no, but he killed the Dark Lady. He cuts her head off.
Yeah, he kills the Dark Lady out of vengeance and was going to kill Jay Solo.
But he no. Yeah, out of 3 kids, only 1 survived.
Oh, yeah. When you really want to talk how dark Grandmaster Luke gets, we're not talking, and that's what Disney, what we thought we're going to show, Grandmaster Luke, even when you go into Legacy of the Force, Luke lives to about 200 years old. Somehow. And just disappears.
Yeah.
He becomes both the master of the light side of the Force and the dark side of the Force. Now, and there's a whole journey, because Disney had the perfect recipe to deal with Grandmaster Luke. Because Grandmaster Luke, there is a whole bunch of lore about him. Like, he had to turn to the dark side at one point. It's one of the major Dark Horse comics where he finally had to kill Sidious.
Oh, and his Invader's outfit and uses Vader's lightsaber.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, those were actual good stories. That was actually the cool Luke.
It's like even a 90s Dark Horse.
Yeah.
And so you get to the movies, The Force Awakens, you get to them. By the time you see what is Grandmaster Luke, he's just a hermit on a planet.
It was...
Why?
Like, I didn't start really getting into Star Wars comics till after the trilogy, the sequel trilogy. But yeah, reading what was... The trilogy was such a fucking letdown. Like, not even just that. Just the whole Sidious, they did that pretty well. The Return of Sidious.
What was it? There was actually a book released. It was a Palpatine book that got released. That was a better explanation of everything.
Oh, wasn't it the Darth Plagueis book?
Darth Plagueis book, yeah. Darth Plagueis book got released.
But just the Crimson Empire, all of those. All the stories that took place after.
Even the Palpatine novel that was written on the side was a better novelization of what happened.
You know,
it made more sense to say if the Empire was to fall. What is it? Jakku, or whatever the planet was literally meant to destroy the Empire so Palpatine could rebuild it. Yes.
Oh, the story. Oh, like, even the code, I'm not sure if you've ever seen them. I've got one of the, or 2 of the 6 books.
I'll address your thing in a second. Yeah, by the way, I also heard that the Force Unleashed is kind of game universe is kind of. By the way, fun fact: do you know why? I think what was the series? Okay, what series was it? Was it Kenobi? He pulls his ship out of the sky. God, I
Oh,
kind of
Vader did that. Oh, Vader pulled up a smaller ship from. So it wasn't as much.
that comes. By
Sky.
the way, that power comes from the Force Unleashed
Oh, I know.
video game
It was a hit.
where
They have
Star
hinted.
Killer pulls a Star Destroyer out of orbit to crush Darth Vader.
Was it to crush him? I think it was just to pull it out of the sky. It was just to stop him. He just pulled it out.
Yes,
But
that
no,
actually comes from the
there
Force
is
Unleashed game.
that is one of two references I know to Force Unleashed. There's another reference to Force Unleashed in Andor.
What's that?
You remember the collector who had all the? I can't remember his name. The old guy who had all the collection of artifacts.
I've seen the thing. Yeah.
Yeah, he in his collection in his shop, he actually has a Sith armor that dark side or that the Sith hunter Star Killer wore.
That's an interesting Easter egg.
Oh yeah, people know it here.
Well, the thing is, and what people don't understand, you can't clone Force sensitive people.
Not
perfectly.
Yeah, he had
even Palpatine tried it. Even in the comics, when they say he resurrected, he went through so many bodies.
Oh, he had a whole, and that's also part of the Crimson Empire and stuff.
Because he can't create body. You can't.
He can't. Like, it does, but it ages rapidly.
Yes, you can't just clone
perfectly. No, and then they destroyed all his bodies, and they finally trapped him in a dying body and whatnot.
And what's the other part too? They said he survived the destruction of the Death Star. It makes more sense because somehow he discovered soul transference.
In the comics,
at some point
in that they actually reference that he's died before episode 6, that he's died many times. He was too powerful for his own body, so
and what is it? One of his abilities, what makes Sidious one of the most powerful? Like, there's a theory he's been the Darth for like the last, prior to him explaining Plagueis in the novel of Revenge of the Sith. There was a thought he had been one of the Darths for like the last 200 years.
Well, I know that people were, and I know it's not, that some say who are fans of the Old Republic that he is actually a resurrection of the Sith Emperor.
That's a controversial take.
No, I know, and it's like
that is a take, because if you go to the Sith Emperor, we are going to have to be. That's bonkers level of.
Oh no, and
I want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
But when people say the Emperor is the most powerful Sith ever, it's like, no, he's the most powerful modern.
So he could create. So one of Sidious's most powerful abilities, you hear him reference it in Legends, is he can create the Darth Nihilus storm planet killing ability.
Yes.
Literally by himself.
Yes. But I don't think the Emperor is anywhere near as strong.
He's used it once or twice, but it's like it's referenced.
I think he did it. I think in the comics, didn't he use it once to prove a point to Vader?
Yes. It's like
on
he's
on
like the
Coruscant.
emperor of mankind in 40K, creating a warp storm in a section
But
of the galaxy just to say fuck you.
I think the likes of Revan, Sith Emperor Malgus, some of the actual OGs would be stronger than him or give him a fight for his life, where he would.
But it's pretty firmly established when he fights Yoda, though, just to establish his power level. He's a duelist, but he's a more powerful Force witch.
Oh, his biggest power is Sith alchemy. That's where most of his power.
He is a Force witch as well.
Yeah.
Like, Yoda is not the best duelist, but he is a master of the Force or Force abilities.
Yeah, that's one of the funny things about Sidious is he is a very good duelist, but he finds it so meaningless and stupid. He'd rather use mysticism and whatnot than fight.
That's why a lot of stuff in the Kathleen Kennedy trilogy, even though she maybe oversaw stuff, the novelization of Revenge of the Sith, and this will touch back upon by what I disagree, how we always knew Rey was a Palpatine. Go back into the novelization. Everyone has seen Revenge of the Sith, at least for the most part. I hope.
I've probably seen it the most.
Go back and look at the fight. And if you go back and look at the fight in the movie, his first thing, he lets out a scream, charges the Jedi Masters. How could he take out 5 Jedi Masters? Now, you have to think about this. He screams. That scream disconnected them from a Force long enough. If they weren't trained, that's why he could cut down like 2 of them at once.
Yeah.
The novelization explains it better.
Yes. I haven't read it, but I've watched reviews of it.
And who uses that ability? Rey. Off the cuff to fight Kylo Ren in The Force Awakens.
Yes.
We're like, that girl's a Palpatine.
I never liked the idea of it being a Kenobi. I never liked the theory, mainly for the fact that Kenobi, it's never confirmed. It's very headcanon, but Kenobi has a son.
Yeah, there's the idea. I'm actually surprised, including with the conclusion of Clone Wars, they left
Corky?
Quaylen Voss's kid off the table too.
Well, but he survives. His kid, he doesn't have a kid till later, so Obi-Wan could, if they do a second season, which they still talk about as a possibility, or they want. But of course, celebrities always want to do another season because they want more money.
Did we talk about you and like?
But they could still do his son. His son isn't. It's not like they erased him having a kid. Like Mara Jade is erased. His kids are erased.
I always hated the Jedi Survivor storyline, where Jedis had a map of Force-sensitive children.
But they've had that since Clone Wars.
They've had that for ages. Like, the Jedi, well, this was a database to help find Force-sensitive children. We could rebuild the Order. Let's destroy it. It's like...
If anything, they should have just resealed the... But it was just...
There's an idea. They have so many ideas they could have run with.
But to get back to what Emo said...
Yeah.
Just because we're on the topic of... It's a hard call, especially if you're talking about Game 1 or 2. I would say Starkiller would probably win that.
To be fair, Starkiller beat the fucking brakes off of Darth Vader.
He also beat the crap out of Palpatine.
Now we can make the argument with a bad canon ending, you become just like Darth Vader. Because what is it? Because you try to kill the Emperor? Then the Emperor basically puts you in a steel coffin too.
Well, and there's theory that Star Killer in the second one is actually the first one that they never killed him. That they never actually figured out how to clone, because there's no such thing as a perfect clone. You can't do it. So in the good ending,
okay, you have the one, and that's why the good ending is Vader makes another evil clone that kills him.
And it's like, oh, we lied. We did perfect the clone technique. And then, he gets stabbed. But the story from the third game,
first game,
that never came out, was that him and Vader would have to that they would crash together and that they would team up together.
It would be him under Galen, because in theory, Star Killer, the original Star Killer, was a apprentice or a son of a learner that had potential.
But they had him, and it would have been revealed in the game that he was actually the real Galen the whole time, that he wasn't a clone. And then Vader, by the end of the game, Vader, you switch between playing as Vader and Star Killer, and then in the end, Vader finally kills Star Killer completely. Was what the story was in very short.
Yeah, because Force Unleashed 3 is like that canceled Battlefront 3.
Yeah.
That no one ever heard of. You had the idea.
Oh, there were some good games that never got made.
Oh, there is a whole
Battle of the Sith. I want that.
Battlefront 3, the original, was going to be built on 2, and it would have been epic. But
Battle of the Sith Lords was a game I wanted so badly.
So the idea, Kathleen Kennedy had all this potential, but if you're ramming through, 8 years to do a film series, they had no vision. It's not that people had an issue with, she came out of the book club. She was the one who wanted to do the Force is female. Literally. Like the Marvels. She was one of the people where, like, we're going to do this. Like, what's funny is no one has an issue. She maybe had greenlit, like, the Clone Wars series, Bad Batch, all the clone stories, no one ever had issues with. I think Rebels even. Rebels wasn't bad. Now, we could say, fuck the veil between worlds bullshit, but that's also how Disney... Do you know how many times Disney has had a chance to say the Rey movies, they can blink them out of existence as it's just a forced vision between the world between worlds?
Either way, after Carrie Fisher died, you really can't save it anymore. It would be a ruin to waste her final role.
Harrison Ford wanted out. He finally got his way out by being stabbed.
And that was just a horrible sort. That was just kind of, and then they brought him back because they couldn't do that much work for to reanimate Carrie Fisher for the final scene.
Well, Carrie Fisher popping herself due to excessive drug use or alcoholism.
Well, I don't know if it was she did a lot. I think she had some actual prescriptions in her. I think it's also
rumors back in the day.
I don't know. I could be wrong.
But then again,
the years.
Bear in mind, it was also around the fentanyl period was running through Hollywood too.
Either way, it was the years of the drug use that she did do that she has admitted to alone.
Did you see what she looked like in recent years leading up?
Oh, before? Yeah.
She looked like hell.
Well, apparently that was one of the things that pissed her off is she was told to lose weight to return to Star Wars. They wanted her as close to her original body as before. But to sort of undo that, like they would have to sort of do some sort of fast forward in time sort of thing. Like
you would have had to do the speed run of Jedi Academy.
Yes. And you know what? If they would have stuck with the original Star Wars story, not even the Lucas version of the planned.
I don't even know why, and now they're just now talking about going back to Grand Admiral Thrawn trilogy.
But it's not the same without all the same characters. Like Mara Jade was a
No.
big part of it.
Well, here's how badass Thrawn was as a strategist. Vader feared him. Hey, Thrawn was so badass. You know how he dies? Mandalore?
Isn't it Luke stabs him?
He is killed by a bodyguard who finally has enough of his shit.
No, Thrawn was someone who had the respect of Anakin, and he knew Vader was Anakin just from fighting. Like,
oh, he knew.
Yeah, because he fought with Anakin when he was first discovered, and yeah, once they met him up as Vader. He's like, he knew right off the bat. He's like, yeah, you're. It wasn't necessarily said. It was
That's
just
because Chiz are supposed to be not cut off from the Force, but they're not supposed to have a lot of Force sensitives. And even if a Force sensitive Chiz pops up, they're usually killed or exiled.
Well, yeah, they're very rare, but usually when there is, they're very powerful.
They're not a common species
No.
to have Force.
No.
But they're also supposed to be immune to Force manipulation, too.
Yes.
Not quite the Yuzhan Vong, but
not quite, because they're naturally they're just trained so well and just such sort of like a methodical, like they plan ahead. They are like, the whole thing was originally for him to get taken in by and rescued in the first place was a trap in itself to discover what they were like.
So the Chiz Empire was always a close ally to the Emperor.
Not at first.
Always kind of.
Well, yeah, they always had something, but if you remember back in the Sith Empire, aliens were not seen as a good thing.
No, I'm talking Palpatine's empire.
Oh, no, they weren't sure about him. They went into it. He was technically a spy that he had to be rescued. Like, he got caught on purpose to discover how they were from the inside out.
Oh, yeah,
But then he realized that they could align together, and then, yeah.
And the rest is kind of history with Imperial history, so to speak. He was one of the most powerful admirals they had.
Oh, yeah. So he got his own and for him to be an alien and to be
in the Empire.
In the Empire, it was a Grand Admiral had his own ship with something. Because aliens were seen, because they were very racist or speciesist against anyone who was non-humanoid. Very few non-humans.
Well, had that. And him, after the Emperor being destroyed, would have easily taken over the Empire. Or what was left of it.
Well, he was busy doing stuff in the outer room. Like, he came back and sort of took over. He came in and started taking over all the warlords who were previous commanders, because they were all infighting and trying for battle. And he's like, okay, you're either going to work for me or I'm going to kill you.
Yeah.
Somebody didn't even use the choice. He just destroyed them. But he came in and just like...
And this would have been a great series of movies just to start with.
Well, I think that's what they were trying... What the Mandoverse is, I think, supposed to be like the phase one.
With Moff Gideon?
Just the whole Mandoverse. Not just... I'm talking Mando, I'm talking Boba, I'm talking all those.
But they went off at the end of Rebels, though. The end of Rebels, it had him sucked off to this other alien universe.
Well, I don't think they ever planned on... They weren't sure how they were going to continue that. Because that was sort of like Disney took over, and I think Disney was going with the original story, because I think Rebels was originally not Disney. It's the first season or two were not.
Oh, Miss Sparkles.
Hello, lovely.
Your Greek friend was asking about you. I'll have a thing with him tomorrow.
But either way, I don't know if they planned that far ahead, but I think after Marvel and stuff, when it got really big and they were doing phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, that's what the Mandoverse is supposed to explore. Mando was the first thing, sort of like Iron Man. You never saw Iron Man, the first 2 Iron Mans, as something of a bigger universe. Like, you had the little hints at the end of the thing, but
you
never
heard what Nick Fury going over. I want to start the Avengers project.
Yeah, but you never really got much out of that. That was just kind of like interesting.
What was it? And right up until Captain America, the first Avenger,
that it really became, well, like even Thor had Hawkeye and had references. It was the one glue that kept everything together was actually Phil Coulson, because he was in every movie of Phase 1.
So this goes into the line of what was the original vision, because you have Filoni and Favreau. Arguably, Kathleen Kennedy has been there a while, because I go back to saying that she was the hand-picked successor.
Oh, I know.
And then he didn't understand, I said in that interview, that more stern, serious interview look I tried to explain to Charles, was he was asked, I think it was right, I forget when that interview was, he was asked when the reboot wasn't going well, potentially by certain people in LucasArts to come back, to give an idea. It's kind of like mixed results, to be honest.
Yeah. Well,
wow.
And he sort of goes that he didn't go because he knew if he didn't get his way, he'd be upset and walk. That it was more of an ego thing. I don't think it's an ego thing is why he did it.
No.
Charles played it off as more ego.
It may not have been an ego. It may just been a mix of vision.
He knew how Kathleen was doing it, and he didn't agree with it, and he just couldn't sort of figure out how to.
And he couldn't say it publicly either.
No. And anyone who did got chastised. Like, as I bring this up a lot, Mark Hamill, after the second movie, he came out and said, "This is not my Luke Skywalker."
Oh, dude, I remember that. Before his TDS, by the way.
Oh, no.
Before his TDS, he came out.
Against the movie. He said this movie, he pretty much was saying the movies were crap.
It was a Ghostbusters 2016 moment. When they asked the original cast of Ghostbusters to look at it, they all said it was shit.
No, but then I think he got reamed out because he just sort of went quiet for a while. And then by the third movie, he started saying, "Yeah, it's a great movie, blah, 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 blah." And he started
I remember the whole...
Something happened between the second and third film where
he changed his tune quick.
His whole person, like, I've read into some stuff, like he's always been a little bit more left-leaning, but he was never like TDS levels. Like, he was never commie levels like he is now.
No, TDS is what...
It wasn't until he insulted the second movie and called it out as being weird that something happened, whether they talked to him or they threatened him or just something in the background. Epstein file list. I'm not saying he's on the Epstein, but something.
No. There was something with the second in the development of the second film. And I remember on YouTube when we started hearing stuff about the script, there was a whole issue with Rian Johnson. Like, they asked, Rian Johnson says he's going to do his version of Star Wars. And I'm like, so you're telling me J.J. Abrams didn't leave a second script lying around?
Oh, no. He had a story because there was even talks. What's his name? Who played... oh my God, I can't remember his name. I'm having brain farts.
No, Miss Barker.
Actor who played Smeagol. Who was the guy in the gold robe?
Snoke,
the suit actor and voice actor for him.
Mm-hmm.
He even said that the second movie was supposed to have an explanation of who he was. The whole story of Snoke.
And then they didn't explain the origins of Snoke until a comic or a book.
a book which explained it, and then you saw, and I think that came out after the third film.
And it came out a comic, and it explained the better origin of Snoke. He was basically a puppet of Palpatine.
He's a failed clone used as a puppet.
Yeah.
But in the third movie, they did a hint explanation as you see it. Tubes of him.
By the way, can I say this? Fuck the Force dyad.
That was something that they took from, like,
God.
You try to ruin Anakin by just going,
fuck the Force dyad.
Oh, I know. But you saw a tube of Snoke's floating around. And that's
the
how
comic in the book mentions Snoke was a Force-sensitive clone that could be controlled.
Because originally they said Snoke didn't have any Force abilities, but he clearly did.
He was a result of many, many, many failed experiments by Palpatine.
Yes. Because I remember all the theories about who he was because of the damage on his face. It sort of looked like Vader's damage, that he was a clone of Anakin. There was so many different theories that a lot of people said he's a failed clone, that he was a clone of Snoke, Palpatine. But
no. It goes with the whole First Empire was the reverse Grand Admiral Thrawn trilogy. Then, of course, they do Ahsoka, which brings back Grand Admiral Thrawn, which opens up the whole Grand Admiral Thrawn trilogy.
Actually, what Mando Season 2 and Season 3 were the first hints of the Thrawn trilogy coming back in live action, or coming to live action.
Did Moff Gideon hint at
he
had known Thrawn?
No, in Season 2, it was first hinted at as when the Ahsoka's first episode, when she first showed up, when she's fighting Morgan Elsbeth, she asks her, "Where's Moff Gideon?" Or not, "Where's Moff Gideon? Where's your boss? Where's Thrawn?" And then in Season 3, Moff Gideon talks to the Shadow Council about the return, and about Thrawn's return, and they're waiting for him to return, and he's like, and then they mention the cloning techniques, and that hints at his cloning himself, and also hints at the Palpatine clones.
And you would have to wipe out all the Disney canon. That was a very weird way.
It leads into it. Apparently, as they've said, that Mandalorian leads into those. Because you even have, what's his name's father, the redhead, the one who hated Kylo Ren, Hux. His father was on the Shadow Council.
I'm not ignoring her. I just think we're having a conversation.
Well, yeah, we're having it. We could never ignore you, Sparkles.
No, you'll be back. I see you. I just haven't brought chat up, so you're good.
But
yeah, I'm looking. So this leads into, did she have a greater vision, or has she been flying by the seat of her pants for 5-10 years?
I think it's trial and error, which is just she's not learning. Like A New Hope, or not New Hope, Force Awakens was trying to go by memories and by pretty much redoing A New Hope, but different. So people were saying this was like, oh, apparently people don't like having the same story. So then they do the second story, and it was just garbage.
And then you spent The Rise of Skywalker literally rehashing the Force heal ability.
And sort of correcting things that were done in the second movie.
For half that film was. I do remember the whole thing. There were literally people, even I think to spend this wave, said stormtroopers always had jetpacks.
They have. They've always
going back to the goddamn Clone Wars.
Even before the Clone Wars, the original stormtroopers, the Sith troopers and stuff, some had jetpacks.
What was it? I actually felt Mandalorian, the explanation of the Black Troopers?
Oh, the Death Troop.
Death Troopers were supposed. Well, okay.
No, those were Death Troopers. They were Dark.
No, they weren't Dark Troopers.
Dark Troopers. Death Troopers were from Rogue One.
So, by lore standards, weren't the Black Stormtroopers supposed to be the elite of the elite?
The original Dark Troopers,
like the Dark Troopers, they originally come from a video game. But when they were brought up in universe, they were the Special Forces.
The original Dark Troopers were originally, I think, clones who were aging, but they still had fight and they were good fighters. So they augmented them. They turned them into more machine than man. And there was different phases of Dark Troopers. There was...
You have to go look. Because initially, right, the first wave of them were created...
Where I think were clones.
Yes. But what we think of as the Dark Troopers, because there was black armored stormtroopers, even in the original lore, they had power, but they were elite of the elite. And that's a thing that is so missed. Because if you look up Dark Troopers, they're utterly different than Black Armor.
The very first Dark Trooper was Phase 0, where originally the people in cybernetic armor.
They were called... Okay, so the Shadow Troopers are the elite stormtroopers first appeared in a 1979 in comic strip Gambler's World. They had their armor laced with Durasteel fibers.
Oh, they were the very first. The Mark I was just a skeletal system that had a shield and a sword.
Yes.
But there was technically not in canon before that. There were the Phase 0 was actually... Have you seen what the original expanded Legends Space Troopers, those big bulky guys?
The Heavy Troopers? The original Heavy Troopers?
No, Space Troopers. They had jetpacks. They had cannons in their elbows.
No.
They looked like that.
So basically, the original black armored stormtroopers that Gideon was supposed to lead is a harken back to the Shadow Troopers, which are like the SEAL Team 6,
which was the Phase 0.
But if you ever play the old Republic games, they used a mix of them for the Dark Troopers.
Yeah,
a little bit. They were based on the Shadow Trooper variant from, I guess, the Clone Wars. They got carried over. But they had the jetpacks. They had the stealth suits. They actually had the blaster-resistant armor.
The original black Stormtrooper outfit wasn't even, I think, they were the Darkhold Troopers. Weren't they? Or no, they were turned later into Darkhold Troopers.
Agent Darkhold, yeah.
For that whole story. But, yeah. The Phase 1 came out first, which was just the skinny robots who fought.
Yeah.
Those were the one. Then they came out with, but in actual canon history is Phase 0, which was the clone troopers who were upgraded to robots.
Yes. Well, that's because the clones had a limited lifespan.
Well, and they were aging fast. Well, they were aging
because wasn't it like what are the old guys who went down to the planet with Luke? They tried to say was Rex.
Oh God, no!
There's like a theory.
Oh, because he looks the same as they made him look in Rebels. Nick Sant is his name. They had Nick Sant, the old guy in the beard with the camo outfit. But then when they had the Rebels out episode near the end, they had Rex dressed up, and he looked very similar because he had the big beard and Rebels and whatnot. Yeah. So people were trying to say it's the same guy. And he even came out saying, we sort of wanted to do that, but that would take away from Nick Sant being his own character. So they have come out and said it's not the same. And oh God, have I gotten into fights that people are so upset that he's not Rex. Like Rex is a good standalone character on his own. And like, why take away another character just to sort of, it's all these headcanon who thinks headcanon's more appropriate. Like I go by what's the writer's right.
Well, you have to ignore headcanon versus legend canon and EU canon.
Well, that, and it's also just, there's certain things headcanon which are okay because it makes sense and it's never been explained fully enough. Just like Corky is Satine's and Obi-Wan's secret love child. Because it makes sense. And if you look at pictures,
especially, well, there was also the romance during the Clone Wars.
He admitted that they had a romance.
But she was killed, right, during the Order 66, though, right? It was the... No.
Maul killed her before that. Maul killed her when he took over.
Who was the one that got killed? It's like wasn't it the one that killed on the speeder bike? And I know it's because he had another Jedi lover. Like,
he had another one. I can't remember. It was the one.
And she was killed during Order. Like, God, it's like the black or tan.
No, a black woman who was people thought was the same character as the one in episode 1, but the actress couldn't do it, so they had to recast her. But she looked too different, so they made her cousin, and then they ended up killing her in the Clone Wars.
Well, wasn't and there was another one that looked like her that got killed during Order 66.
No, that was the cousin, the one the actress who replaced her. That was the cousin who got killed during Order 66. The first cousin got killed by Savage Opress when he impaled her with his horns.
Yeah.
No. Yeah, that was another one. But the one was but Corky was a nephew. But we don't know how many siblings they had. We only know of the 2 sisters. Satine says it was his nephew, but Bo never mentions having a kid. She's also blonde. He's also blonde like Satine. And we know that they had a love affair with Obi-Wan.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of like one of those, I had a kid when I wasn't supposed to, was sent off to be raised on the farm sort of thing. And when you look at the character design, it's very much a combination of Satine and Kenobi. Like if they come out and say, no, that's not the case, someone who's in charge says that, then fine. It's no longer this.
Because there was a lot of theories, because the issues a lot of people had with the Clone Wars itself was...
people didn't like Clone Wars, the canon of the chips in the head and whatnot.
Like Clone Wars, the fun fact about Clone Wars, though, Clone Wars was used to explain the period between... Like, we only knew of the Galactic Civil War because of the opening crawl in the first film.
Mm-hmm.
But it is often thought of because the fact that... And they use the Clone Wars series to fill out the war with the CIS.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a lot of lore developed that expanded the Star Wars universe in the period leading to the rise of the Empire. Like, what was the state of the Jedi during the time? How did the first Imperial troops come to the mines? Right?
Well, and I think the Clone Wars did a much better story of explaining the clone troopers. Not because when I first watched episode 2 and 3, knowing that the clone troopers eventually became the stormtroopers, I always thought that it was that they were always evil to start with, and they were just waiting till they were given the command to kill
Well,
the
you
Jedi.
forget there's also Order 65.
There was more than 66, or there was many. There was one.
Well,
Was 65
notably
the
of
one?
a lot of orders is there's also Order 65.
Was that the one to take out Palpatine?
That was the orders to take out the Chancellor and Palpatine.
Well,
And
whoever
the
was.
Senate. And the Senate.
Yes. But the point is, you always thought that he was the bad guy. You always thought I always thought the clone troopers were bad.
But there's a disagreement in I don't know if it's been resolved fully with the clone troopers during the Clone Wars. Like, how was there a Grand Army of the Republic? Wasn't it Cyphus Diaz?
Yeah, no, that
basically had a vision and then went to the Caminos to create it, and then Palpatine found out about it later, but he couldn't stop it. Like, he supposedly had a Force vision.
It was him, and I think not directly, but Dooku, because Dooku was also not trusting how things were. But I think they knew him as Darth Tyrannus. I don't get why Dooku doesn't go by his Darth name more. It was a cool name, and
Palpatine also threw. People forget it wasn't just Lucas who did it. He threw out the rule of 2 a long time ago.
Yeah, not necessarily. The rule 2 was very much because you always knew that your apprentice would have someone who did errands for them, the assassin.
Why do you think there was... You know what's funny? One of the things in Acolytes, what I'd love to sing for the Acolyte, is the idea of the Sith Acolytes.
Oh, yeah, those were in Old Republic. Those were good.
They've always been around the Star Wars universe.
Yes, but since the Rule 2, not as much because it's always been the But usually, sometimes you just killed your master and then you found an apprentice. But there were also times where you got an apprentice, started training them in secret, or they were your lackey.
Acolytes were often like, you think even when you call it the mini game, when they came out with the miniatures game, which is a really good system too, by the way, D20.
Mm-hmm.
The Acolytes were like their temple guards. There's even a contention that Mara Jade, like unofficially, Sith Acolytes existed under Palpatine when he was even the Emperor.
No, because Mara Jade, I think she was just
she got trained as the hand of the Emperor.
Yes.
Which they never said she was fully she is Force sensitive.
Yeah, she never got really trained in the Force. She was more of an assassin who was able to use a lightsaber and use some abilities. But there was always the hand of the Sith, the voice of the Sith.
That's why you always well, yeah, like you can go back and always see what his machinations were. Like, if you've ever seen the theories, like around, which I'm surprised was never, like, always the weird alien species, like the bald guy and the bald woman who surrounded Palpatine all the time.
Oh, the bald woman was, she was, there's stories where she was his secret lover. They had a kid together.
That they always knew. They always knew that he was a Sith the whole time.
I don't think they knew right off the bat. The story that I've read, or the info I've read, was she sort of knew, and she had some Sith. She had some Force ability, very minimal, very weak. The blue guy, I can't remember his name or his role. He was the voice of the Emperor for a while, but he was a corrupt politician.
Yeah.
And then he sort of Palpatine ended up trusting him, and he found out.
But then that's when Palpatine also, it was the Revenge of the Sith novelization that said Plagueis was alive right up until, like, there's a scene in the movie where, I think even it's in the movie, when it's in the book, he had a meeting with Palpatine, and that's when he finally killed him at a dinner.
I don't know about that because
it's in the book, Pat, and it comes from in the book.
I've heard he killed him.
Palpatine was killed in around the time of Revenge of the Sith during that period.
Palpatine was?
Plagueis.
No, I've heard it was
Plagueis was killed at the dinner.
I thought
Plagueis was literally killed at the dinner.
I know. I've heard that he was killed.
It's in the novelization.
Okay, because as far as I know,
because he is alive. He is alive at Mandalore. Just hear me out. There's the theory. He was alive all the way up through the Clone Wars. If you go and look it up, and it comes from the novelization that he killed him. Now, do they follow that canon? I don't know.
Okay, I'm reading a couple things. It was before Palpatine betrayed. He killed Plagueis shortly before he took Darth Maul as an apprentice. There's one. Some say that he was killed the same year as Anakin was born.
In one of the novels, I swear.
I'm not. The problem with the novels is the novels are canon, and then they're taken out of canon. And
the Palpatine novel even hints at that.
There was also, I've heard stories that he was killed near the end of Episode 1 when he gets voted in as Chancellor.
There's a dinner scene, like in
Episode 1 or Episode 3.
It's in 3 because it's.
Oh, I heard it was in Episode 1, or at the end of Episode 1, or near the episode of Episode 1, because the whole plan was for Palpatine to get into government and rule, and that was how they were going to take.
Well, there's the idea of the Sith grand plan, anyways.
But their grand plan was for Sidious to get elected and get into power, higher power, and that they were celebrating him getting elected at the end of Episode 1, and he was drunk, and that's when he killed him. Was at the end of
Episode 1, but yeah.
I think it was 1 is when he was. There's rumors he was either killed before 1, just around before 1, anytime between Anakin being born and around that time, or Maul being taken in. But I think it wasn't until the most sense would be near the end of Episode 1. I have yet to get in proper.
There's not really until you get it, until I guess someone confirms it, but there's also. Yeah, it makes more sense.
That after he gets elected Chancellor, they were celebrating that their plan is in motion finally. That's the actual start of the. He's actually in the lead now, and they were celebrating, and he killed him then. That makes the most sense to me. Because it's canon that he killed him when he was drunk.
Well, he had to.
Not drunk, and then he was in his sleep, and he killed him.
There's also this thing that he killed him in the dinner by poisoning his mask or the air.
But again, there's certain things that are debatable because there's certain things.
Well, that's why Legends. That's why Legends always has the weirder.
But even Legends has multiple variant stories that change things because they weren't all written by the same people.
No, and Palpatine novel was thought to be. That's what looking it up offhand.
Well, Ahsoka, her novel was canon for the longest time.
Oh, that also brings back, before we forget to say it, part of the thing with the Clone Wars series was what, Filoni's baby?
Yes.
Ahsoka is Filoni's baby.
Yes.
There, you cannot understate that.
Well, yeah. But someone else wrote the novel Ahsoka. And then Filoni went back and did Tales of the Jedi, which conflicted with.
It's arguable to say Ahsoka, was introduced as an apprentice, right? I never really had an issue with parts of Ahsoka.
I really liked Ahsoka because it connected to. It was definitely, you felt like it was a continuation of Clone Wars and Rebels.
Yeah.
When at the very end you get more of the Clone Wars when it's the mother and the father, the statue when he's standing there.
Well, the whole idea too, and you can really go into the whole: did she really intend for? Did she really intend to do? Do they really intend to do the harken back to the father, the son, and the sister?
Well, because there's talks about the voice that's calling him is actually the
that Anakin is there's a whole theory, right, that Anakin is the perfected form of the father, sister, and brother. For those who don't know it, it is the will of the Force.
Yeah.
Abeloth is the Dark Mother,
who was corrupted. She was a normal mortal who was a caretaker for the children and the father. She was kind of like the caretaker of their little world. And she read forbidden knowledge and bathed in the pool of knowledge or something. There was two things she did.
And then you have the brother, which is the representation of the dark side.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have the sister, which is the light. And then you have father, who is both.
Well, there's one more who was in Rebels. It'd be nice if they brought him back, although that'd be cool to see in live action.
Brother, suppose, and then there's arguable that they said Anakin was supposed to be the prophecy that balances out the Force. That's why in Ahsoka, he appears in the same world, kind of. And he has the aspects of everybody. He remembers he was Vader. He remembers he was Anakin.
No, the one who would be interesting to see in live action if they brought him back in Ahsoka Season 2 would be Bendu.
Isn't that just the Wills going into the prophecy of the Greys?
No, Bendu. Bendu was the huge giant thing on the planet.
Yeah, the cow. Yeah,
the one in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
The Ashla and the Bogan, the light and the dark. I'm the one in the middle.
Yeah.
I don't know what he was supposed, if he was part of the Wills or if he was.
You're talking about either the Wills or the prophecy of the Greys. Many people wouldn't know that. Prophecy of the Greys is been a possible vision for Star Wars to restart the Order, because it's not how you use, it's how you use the Force. And that's kind of what differentiated Grand Master Luke from...
Well, when you talk about... Well, the Bendu sort of leads back to the original forms of the original Jedi and the Sith. Not just the pyramids that landed, that created and all that, but they were the two planets of Tython, the light and the dark planet, moons.
Yeah.
And then...
Now you're going to go back to when they called them the Jedi, or
the Jedi. Well,
which you didn't have the Sith, as I said, till we mentioned earlier.
Well,
until like the original 13. That
it was even before Jedi.
Korriban.
It was Ashla and Bogan. Bogan being the Sith, Ashla being the light.
Which literally, I'm surprised any of the recent people have never gone back to Korriban. That's why second time around they made sure to destroy Korriban. Because all the planets around Korriban are supposed to be influenced heavily by the dark side of the Force.
Well, it would be nice for them to go, because I loved Legacy. I really thought Legacy was a great way to start.
Darth Talon don't get me wrong.
Not
Legacy,
even
Darth Talon was good.
Darth Krayt was also badass, even without all the armor on him.
No, Darth Krayt. The funny part about Darth Krayt is he was a survivor of Order 66. He was one of the Tusken Raiders.
He wasn't even a survivor of Order 66. Or no, he wasn't a survivor of Order 66. Then he found out about Anakin's son wanted to stop him, and he also didn't like how he became a warlord. Cut off his arm, and then sent him. And then he went.
And he's been alive for nearly like 200 years.
He fought with Anakin.
Yeah, like he is shown in Clone Wars when they revealed who it was, who was Darth Krayt. And he restored the Sith, what? The Empire?
No, the Empire was the actual Empire and Legacy was actually a continuation. It was actually run technically.
It was because the Republic fell apart.
There was two. There was the Republic, but the Empire wasn't the Empire. It was the Fell Empire.
I'd have to go back and look at that because there's a whole thing we could talk about, like
that could
Legacy, the spin-off of the Sword,
but
like books.
The Fell Legacy was actually the first Fell. Really was married to Solo. What's her name? The daughter, the twin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and they create, and then there what? So yeah, and then there are also Solos in the future. But no, that was a great story to end, and it was. And they brought back a lot of the old original Sith.
And they also, that was the series that answered the Force Resurrection ability.
Yes.
The thing that Plagueis talked about, that is a dark side ability.
Oh, and it's always been, and it wasn't an ability that hasn't been discovered. It was very much an available thing by the original Sith Lords. They all knew they could do it.
Because he does it to the lover that was one of the Imperial Knights.
Mm-hmm.
Who at one point, he fully resurrects her. So she doesn't need the armor anymore. But I think it's like she tells him to go fuck himself. So.
No, I think she resurrects him, but she's not the same. And she uses the armor to hide her disfigured self or something. I can't remember. It's been a while since I've read it.
No,
but it was a good story.
No, there's one point she gets critically injured, and I have to go back and either reread it, look it back over. She got critically injured, and she was put in life-saving armor. Then he masters the ability to revive her.
We have not talked much about the topic we're supposed to be talking about, but this is still good.
We'll get back to it, though.
Now I gotta look it up.
Don't look it up now, but
no, I gotta look up her name. It's just a side thing.
Anyways,
but the continuation of the family, it was a great story. I'll just say that.
So it gets to the one. So Kathleen Kennedy, if she said she was going to leave, you have all these stories you could have drawn from. She's had all these side projects. They don't go anywhere. Right?
Mm-hmm.
This was tangentially. So I said we should start a series talking about the various Star Wars lores. The various universes. You have a lot of futures you could have drawn from. So Kathleen Kennedy, right, says there was no stories. She ran through it, and she still has, like, I gotta go look at Celebration. How many series are still out? Let me see if I can find that current one. Let me see. How many are there still? She's always had, like, Mandalore. Isn't it, like... hasn't it always been, like... We brought up, like, Rangers of the Old Republic, Bounty Hunters. There's another season
Rogue
of
Squadron.
Rogue Squadron has been talked about for 5 years.
They've all been talked about after Mando season 1. There's been so many shows talked about. These have all been because they were all announced with Mando season 2, and the fact that only like 4 of the,
like how many have been done?
Like 3 or 4. I'm trying to find. It's hard to find the timeline.
God, you got to go back and find the map.
Because anytime you look up the timeline, it's
not even a timeline.
Oh, and I quickly looked it up. He kept her
23
alive.
was the Old Republic. Let's go back and see it.
But very quickly. Yeah. Aslan Ray, the one we were talking about, he kept her alive, which required the suit.
Yeah.
He kept her sort of in an Iron Man suit. The Fel Empire ended up creating a new armor, which looked more like the Knights of the Empire suit.
Yeah.
And she was back to looking more human in the suit. Because it just looked like the regular armor. His thing kept her alive, but in that critical sort of stuck in a suit, which made her go mad and start hating him.
Yeah.
So he only kept her alive. He never made her look human again.
So in 2023, they said there was a Dawn of the Jedi, the Old Republic, the High Republic, Fall of the Jedi, Reign of the Empire, the Old Republic, the First Order, and the New Jedi Order. That was the concept. That was 2023.
I have something from about 2022, 2021.
And then that's when they started doing Ahsoka, Acolyte, Skeleton Crew, Star Wars, Forces of Destiny, which is a video game. I think this is from Andor, Star Wars, the Old Republic, the High Republic.
I see Star Wars.
Fall of Jedi.
Jedi Survivor. This was from
Age of Rebellion. Literally.
Because Skeleton Crew was one of the first things announced as one of the side projects off
that was
Mandalorian.
2023. That's how far Skeleton Crew was announced.
Skeleton Crew was announced by 2022 because it was listed on all the things.
Was it? Yeah, 20.
Because I'm in the August. I'm looking at one for August 5th, which has the first thing coming out is Summer Vacation, which was the Lego. Then Andor, then Bad Batch, then Tales of the Jedi, Star Wars Hunters. Did that ever come out?
Which one?
Star Wars Hunters, the video game.
I know they have a mobile. I know they have a mobile shite program.
But it looked like crap. I can't remember what the one that came out was. Skeleton Crew and Annoying Guys movie.
I know it's a game. I know they have a mobile. Yep, that came out for Google. Yes, Hunters did come out. Yes,
and it's not a good game. Like
Heroes of the Galaxy Heroes.
Galaxy of the Heroes is a mobile game. I actually play that. It's a fun sort of time killer. It's one of the you either pay money or you grind forever. It's something to kill time. I don't play many games on my phone anymore, and it's Star Wars.
Well, I say this as I play Genshin and Dos MiHoYo games.
Lando was also.
Yeah, Lando. Well, they say a project.
Yeah,
I've shown this before. I've literally shown this on multiple streams before. 2024 had Visions, Andor, Lando, Droid Story, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Ahsoka, Rangers of the New Republic, The Acolyte, Rogue Squadron, and Bad Batch.
Yep. Oh, I actually found one from 2021.
There's also another slate of series.
Oh,
Bad Batch Season 2, Visions, The Mandalorian, Skeleton Crew.
I've got the 2021 and 2023 beyond.
One thing
that hasn't been talked about is Droid Story.
No one has heard of Droid Story. I've seen it. Like Visions, we have 2 seasons of Visions.
Which was crap.
Some were good.
You know what? I liked the first season.
Really?
The first season had some watchable stuff, but it was
So 22 and beyond. Visions, Mandalorian, Lando, Rogue Squadron, Ahsoka, Rangers of the New Republic, Andor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Indiana Jones, Bad Batch, and Willow.
yeah, and yeah. I've got the 2021. I found an article which was probably the first one. I'll put in the private chat.
And
right
I
here.
think as they went back as far as having Taika Waititi's, who did Thor's fame.
That was brought up in the net in 2022 or something, but I just posted in the side chat that brings up. This is, I think, the earliest one with most of the Star Wars.
Maybe the other.
It also includes Willow. It's Mandalorian.
What was this? 2020.
Yeah, this is from 2020. This is probably the earliest one of Star Wars.
Hold on, I'll bring this up so people see what we're talking about. This is as far back. This goes back like to what? 20? Yeah. 2022. I've showed 2020. Like I've showed this. I've known of this for a while. Rangers of New Republic, High Republic. I've heard of this. Like we knew Bad Batch, the others. You had a 2025, and this was like 2020. Arguably say COVID did it. Rangers of the New Republic. Indiana Jones 5.
Oh.
We learned what that one was. Rogue Squadron was supposed to be 2023.
Oh, I found another one.
2023.
Whoa. This is an older one because it still has, or a slightly newer one, because it has Andor Season 2. It has Dawn of the Jedi.
Yeah, that's the one I found.
Dawn of the Jedi, New Jedi Order.
The one that I found had Dawn of the Jedi.
And the New Jedi Order.
That's how far back it goes.
It also has the Knights of the Old Republic remake, which is still in rumor limbo. Star Wars Eclipse, which actually looked really cool.
I would say, wasn't it Star Wars Eclipse?
That was the one that you got the cinematic for, which was supposed to be an older storyline, but something to do with the publisher or whoever was developing it.
That was a game. No, it was a game.
No, it was a game.
Yeah.
But it had
by Quantic Dreams, it goes back.
Yeah. It was something to do with either the publisher or the developer had some sexual harassment history. So people were boycotting it just because of that.
Yeah, Star Wars Eclipse, you bring that up. I remember that as a game.
Yeah, it was.
We have seen, there was a cinematic trailer for it.
And that was
3 years ago. And I want to say they're still, Quantum Studios is still kicking it around.
I just want Knights of the Old Republic. I want a Knights of the Old Republic game made sort of in the same sort of
Knights of the Old Republic. You're talking the game that in the modern era under Kathleen Kennedy and everybody, they talked about making that. I've heard that as far back in development, the remake as back as Space Marine 2 was entering the developmental stage.
No, it's been a long time, and every so often we get a tidbit that it's still actually being talked about, but nothing's happening.
Then one of the major writers, even Arch, talked about it, and I shit you not, they were going to do the bisexual or non-binary Revan.
But there was actually a we got that tiny little cinematic teaser for it with Darth Revan.
They have hinted that game has been in a remastered state since before when they started development on Space Marine 2.
But the problem with it is that the to publish. The company that was doing it went under, or they got sold, bought out, fired everyone.
So 2025 will launch as a time exclusive, going back on PS5. That was 2020.
Yes, because I remember I was
This is new article.
That was before even PS5 came out. I remember it was being talked about as an exclusive because I was actually considering getting a PS5 just to play Knights of the Old Republic.
This was last updated February 18th of 2025. And it's coming out to TBC. But it's being done by Saber Interactive. Saber Interactive is the same people who did Space Marine 2. Saber Interactive is also doing Turok Origins currently. Or they were. Saber did one of the... No, maybe it wasn't Space Marine 2. It was another game. I know it was Wild Hunt. That was Saber. World War Z. 4A Games did Metro. New World Interactive. Insurgency Sandstorm.
No, but it's been talked about, and there's been rumors for days and what's going to happen with it, or if it's going to happen.
No, it may not done Space Marine 2. World War Z, Halo Combat Evolved Anniversary, Snow Runner, Halo 2, Halo 3, Crisis Remastered Battlegrounds. No, it's Focus. If I tuck on my ass, forget. And someone yells at me. They did the remaster. Yeah, they did work on. Yep, they worked with Focus on Space Marine 2.
No, but every time that they have a new PS5 or new game announcements, when they do those shows, there's always, I can't remember his name. I'm trying to find him. He talks about the updates, and he'll always stream those live, hoping for some sort of announcement or mention.
What do you mean of?
The Knights of the Old Republic.
Supposedly, the last I think anyone heard of it, they had a writer, and I want to say it was back, because I even remember back as far as when the era before they were talking about that right when they started the discussion around Age of Empires 4. Who was it? Yeah, they just changed out a writer. So there was a writer that was supposed to have worked on Space Marine 2 who wound up not working on it. And it was a woke person.
Imagine my shock.
And she was supposedly going to go work over there because most people don't look. When I'm joking about the non-binary Revan,
well, that was just kind
God, fuck up the. By the way, all the Darth Raven lore people, they are ravenous. Literally, the fan fiction community around Darth Raven. Oh. They actually talked about having Keanu Reeves play
That one actually.
I could have saw that.
That actually would work. In all honesty, that is one of the many ones that would work.
And see, here's the thing. Raven was, to people, Star Wars and Knights of the Old Republic's era was done so perfect, it almost revitalized an entire ARPG genre. But you can't.
I was going to say, there's also still fights these days about, when you talk to certain people about it, is whether it's going to nearly be an updated port or if it's going to be an actual new game, just redoing of the story. Because I wanted to buy it and play it, but I don't like the gameplay of it. The
Which
story
one?
is great, but the style of the game playing and seeing people play it is just
I see.
it's I. But I'm hoping that it's
Well,
just
are we talking about the Old Republic game that's floating around? That's the MMO.
no, that's still good and that's still being updated very slowly. But it's just the Knights of the Old Republic. They're talking like I want it to be done sort of in the same sort of game style as Jedi Survivor, Jedi Fallen Order.
So supposedly, yes, and that's without a studio literally doing it. And I would trust Saber.
But apparently, Saber's had issues with the company.
What do you mean with the rights?
Well, the rights, but also apparently the game's gone under new management, firing people, being sort of joining up with other game companies. It's
So the thing usually you're saying with game development, Star Wars side versus that, because they still have to license out Star Wars. Like, I would not call Survivor the best game ever.
no gameplay. In all honesty, for gameplay wise, like playing the game, not in story or anything, I think it's one of the better ones.
Mm-hmm.
But Battlefront 2, the newer one, was also very good. You just the more modern.
I prefer the pandemic versions, but
they're still good games to play. The stories could be better, but in story wise and in length of game and all that, all three Old Republic games, the MMORPG and the two Knights of the Old Republic games, were great games. They were some of the best. They are some of the best games, especially from a story point of view. Now, there's people who will disagree because the MMORPG kind of fucks up Knights of the Old Republic and sort of erases what would have been Knights of the Old Republic 3.
You could say that about Galaxies. Never played Galaxies.
No, I never did play that one. Actually, Force Unleashed is actually one of the best is one of the funnest games to play because it's just so over the top.
So it comes down to, like, I don't think ever Kathleen Kennedy was really going to fully leave. I think she was going to retire anyways. Goes back to saying, she supposedly trolled fans. Like, she has all these projects that have been out for years. Like, there was reports as much back around the Acolyte. The Acolyte was going to be their last stab. Major stab. If you know what I mean by that.
Yeah.
Then Skeleton Crew was launched without... It's like a Unknown 9, if Renown remembers that. Unknown 9. No one knew it was coming out. They just literally dropped Skeleton Crew in the middle of the night.
Well, yeah. Now, people knew about it because it's been talked about since the first Star Wars sort of map of
Celebration. Yeah.
But it was talked about, and it was one of the first shows we actually got images from. Like, we've had a picture of what's his name in his outfit.
Jude Law for years.
Jude Law. It's been one of the earliest images going around, but nothing's been done with it. It was just sitting on a shelf. I think it was it wasn't that good, and they were waiting. But after how bad the Acolyte did, they're like, we can't keep this shelf. We have to release it. Which was a good move.
It's kind of like Batgirl. Batgirl was in the can, post-production, and canceled.
But with Batgirl was one of the ones that it wasn't just in development forever. It was also, it had to be refilmed how many times because
it had reshoots, and then WB wrote it off, canned it, and never wound up releasing it.
It had many reshoots. It was one of those movies that kept getting reshot, and they could never get it good. Oh, so the last update on the KOTOR remake was 5 months ago from the guy I go to, 100% Star Wars. That was the last update I've seen. But it's still, like, if you watch, I'm not sure if you've ever watched 100% Star Wars. He does regular sort of tries to update when there is. And he's talked more about the issues.
Arguably, I would say the issue is maybe license and the people making it.
Well, that's where I think the whole issue is. Because that game, unless you screw it up and do the bullshit DEI bullshit into it, where they change characters and whatnot,
Yep.
It's a game that will sell. Even with some DEI shit, if they don't fuck up with the story too much. Like, they can make Reverend Black, which would be stupid and pointless.
Yeah.
But that's one of the ones, if it's written well enough, people will still watch. And people will still play. That will still sell.
No, there's enough fan base for
Old Republic shit.
Old Republic.
Like
Old Republic could be trash and it would still sell.
Like, I love my Revan. I'm not
Old Republic would look. It's like even Hypnotic said. GTA 6 could be the world's wokest piece of trash, and the normies will eat it up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It will still sell. Assassin's Creed Shadows might not sell well later on.
It kind of goes back to the
just because of Assassin's Creed.
Well, people have been getting upset with not just the game, but also with the publisher and all that. There's many things for Assassin's Creed for it to not do well. But it's very much like the Star Wars Force Awakens. A New Republic game set in any era or set by anything will sell well. It might get reviewed bombed to hell. It might just be a horribly done game, but it will make sales for the most part. It just, if it's bad enough, it won't get any updates. It won't get anything like that. It won't get sequels will not be made or sequels will not sell, but the first one will sell. But an Old Republic game, especially after so long and after people have been waiting for so long, will sell.
And that goes back to that's been in development hell for so long. As I said, I've heard it about as far back as about Space Marine 2 was in development. Jesus. Like one to take one of the writers from Space Marine 2 that she wound up getting fired from Space Marine 2. But with Kathleen Kennedy, I don't think she's leaving. Like, there is that tweet. Even Midnight's Edge said she's probably going to leave and stay. Now, I don't think you can get her taint out of there because she's still going to be there. You would have to, assume, let's say she leaves Mandalore. Yes. Even if after she leaves, it's kind of like you have to get it out of the pipeline, right? How many projects still have her stamp of approval in the pipeline?
Well, and that's what I said. I think I said before was
we said that with Charles.
Even if there was someone who has replaced her.
2 years. You got 2 years of projects.
You've got more for how long they develop. Like some projects take 2 years just to make. So you probably have at least even 5 years of her still in the background doing work.
Her taint would still be there.
Her stank. You're talking about sabers. This is not one of those expensive replica ones. This is still expensive, but not as bad.
I'm sorry. Who was the female Darth that was like your ally? Probably better. Krasis? Not Krasis. See, it's what I say. One of the games. She's your teacher if you got cut off from the Force.
Oh, that was the second one. Darth Treya.
Treya, yes. So she had like the other. But no, the idea, right, is I think what happens about every single time you see an article that she says she's going to resign, she finds a reason to stay.
Well, I'm
I
not sure.
swear to God, it
It's
happens
somewhere in between.
every time.
It's somewhere in between. She hears all the people celebrating, goes, I can't make them happy. That's not what I've been doing this whole time. I've been trying to make them miserable. I can't resign.
Okay, hypothetically, maybe she's trying to go out on a decent note that doesn't get her to be a laughing stock.
There's no real way to do that with her record. Unless she comes out with something absolutely amazing. And even then, even if she came out with the best game, best movie ever, best series, like another Mando season 1, or a Thrawn movie, or just depending on how, because Ahsoka season 2, I'm not even sure. I was going to say Ahsoka season 2 might be the Thrawn story, but how much of that's going to be discovering more of the history, like with the father and stuff, or the mother, and how much of that is going to be just the escape, and Thrawn won't show up till the very end. Like,
so, okay. So hypothetically, let's look at this. South Park, I guess the joining of the Pandaverse, Indiana Jones, Dial of Destiny, Mandalorian movie, Rogue One, Force Awakens, Rise. This is her filmography.
Yeah.
The Last Jedi, Jurassic Park, 93, Solo, Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of Crystal Skull. Controversial take. Not as bad as people think.
Which wasn't?
Kingdom of Crystal Skull.
You know what? It wasn't horrible. I understand why people hate on it, because
People hate
Aliens does not make sense for an Indiana Jones, but it's still not a horrible movie. It doesn't make sense in the Indiana Jones storyline.
The Crystal Skull being the final mystery.
But I understand why people hate on
the
that.
lore is the lore of the Crystal Skulls.
I understand. Well, no, I understand why people dislike it, because Indiana Jones is about history, not aliens. Right. And some of the scenes were kind of stupid, and having Shia LaBeouf in it did not help.
Yes. E.T. She worked on the color purple. Timeless Heroes, I guess. The untitled 1010 sequel, 1010 John Williams, Hook, Jurassic Park, The Lost World, Schindler's List. It's not like she's not Case of Curious Button, Signs.
Oh, you were talking about Darth Treya.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
With the 3 lightsabers.
Yes. She worked on American Tail. Back to the Future Part 3. It's not like she's never done other stuff.
No, and she's not. And
she worked on Seabiscuit.
Oh, she's worked on good things, and she has a history. Like, she even was there, like, she was on scene for working in some of the original, I think it was Empire or Return of the Jedi. She was on set.
Tom Cruise's War of the Worlds. Arguably a really shit film. She also worked on Congo, apparently.
What the fuck? No, she had some good
films
that she's worked on, but since she's run it,
she's arguably not the main person.
No.
Dead. You're horrible. It's good, but it's fine. But I will arguably say Darth Nihilus was probably better than Darth Revan. But
Darth Nihilus was also, I wouldn't say he's better. He was just kind of more badass, like being sort of like, his hate so much is what he's alive. He's not even sort of there.
He's like basically a specter, isn't he?
Yeah, it's pretty much his mask. All of his essence is in the mask.
There's so much we know, but like it goes with Kathleen Kennedy. It's like with her tenure, right? That's with her executive producer, right? There's a whole thing. Girl on a Train. I've never heard of these, right?
And some of these I've heard of, but I just don't hear much about them. Like, they came out, people watched them.
So this is her as a producer, right? Executive producer, Gremlins, cool. Fandango, The Goonies, Young Sherlock Holmes, American Tail.
Batteries not
Rubber
included.
Rabbit.
Like,
This is what he was trying to bring up, right? She worked on AI as a producer somewhere.
She has worked on a lot of very good movies.
Yeah, AI is actually not.
But as CEO, it's not been.
No, it's weird. Oh God, she worked as an executive producer for The Last Airbender.
Which one?
The live action.
Avatar.
The M. Night Shyamalan one.
God.
No.
This is my favorite Sith Lord.
I see.
How can you not love Malgus?
You don't like the one kept alive
By his hate?
pure embodiment of hate?
Well, in all honesty, both.
What? But see, she also produced
him.
Mandalorian. Yes. The Book of Boba Fett, Obi-Wan, Andor, Ahsoka, and Acolyte. She's earned enough, right? Films produced 11 billion, but they've left a stain on the franchise.
Oh, because wasn't she also the last Indiana Jones under her?
Yes.
And that was just horrendous in that game that's coming out.
Phoebe Waller-Bridge, horrible actress at times.
I don't think I've really seen her. I don't find her attractive, but that doesn't do anything against her acting or anything. She just, from what I've seen, is just...
Oh, yeah, she also did Dial of Destiny as Solo and Rogue One. And the sequel trilogy. That's all under her tenure.
Yes. And you know what? As I've said before, the sequel trilogy, it's new. It was new Star Wars content. It's watchable. It's enjoyable.
That's why there was the bump in the book in The Force Awakens.
But as I said, that the movies were good and they're watchable, but they're the weakest of the three sets of movies. And there's many faults in every movie in all three trilogies.
We say
the original episode 1 to 3 was too much politics, as people said, but I find it to be one of the best of the three. Episode 4 to 6 was also subject to the time it was made.
And what's funny is the Thrawn trilogy refers to the Timothy Zahn canon novels, and that was. I have to go back because I swear I just saw it. They either announced Heir to the Empire was announced. It was one of the major. I know it was, and it was added to the wall. I know it was. Okay, Heir to the Empire was announced. April 7th of 23. And it was just added to the wall of projects.
Well, in all honesty, I think Heir to the Empire is pretty much Avengers / Endgame to Marvel. Infinity War to Marvel. I think that's the final story of this sort of phase. Because as I said, Mando season 2 and 3 had hints, and Ahsoka season 1 especially was just pure Thrawn.
And Dave Filoni talked about making Heir to the Empire possibly as far as back as 23.
Now, I don't know what the Mando movie is going, if the Mando movie is even going to touch on that. Because they've already talked about Mando season, talks of Mando season 4, is it still coming? There were so many debates on whether the movie was replacing 4, if 4 was canceled, and then they decided to do a movie. Apparently, season 4 is still coming.
So the Thrawn trilogy is Heir to the Empire, Dark Force Rising, and The Last Command.
But I think that they're going to use the
But if she's not leaving, Kathleen Kennedy isn't leaving. And if she plans to stay, do you think, let's assume she puppets Filoni or Favreau.
well, that's what I was just going to say. She can stay, but she needs to hand over creative control to someone else.
Do you think she would still puppet Favreau?
Well, Favreau has been showing more and more that they're siding with Kathleen Kennedy. Like, they stand by her projects, whether that's they actually do or whether they're obligated, kind of like Mark Hamill was obligated to stand by her after insulting her the second movie. And then something happened. And then he went all commie bullshit. I think they would. I think if anything, you think Star Wars as a reference, it'd be much like an Emperor Snoke sort of thing. But he would have more say than Snoke sort of did. It wouldn't be as much of a puppet, but he would pretty much be the mouthpiece of her. He would stand by, and it would go through. Look like it's going through him, but some of it would be hers. I think, especially if he was given creative control, I think the first project of it would still be hers, and him just saying it's his. Just to see if it's just they don't like me, so they're hating everything I do, and then see if it's the same thing.
But it's like her. Supposedly, like, if you go off of what the anti-chuds say, being gay debunks and all his stuff, he's like, well, they trolled the chud channels. No, I really swear. Let me see. So the Darth Plagueis novel came out. Someone look at that, because like a lot of this is what we were referencing. 12. Oh dear God, makes me feel old. Damn, I remember when that just came out.
I remember hearing talks about it. I wasn't as much
like 2012.
I wasn't as big into Star Wars then. I was big into Star Wars before Episode 1, and when Episode 1 came out, I was a huge fan. I was collecting the figures. And then after Episode 3, I just kind of lost interest.
So a lot of some of the stuff comes from the Darth Plagueis novel. Some of the stuff with Palpatine. Oh God, I am starting to feel old with some of that stuff.
Oh, I know.
God.
Wait, what anniversary? What's the anniversary for Phantom Menace? Oh no, it's the Revenge of the Sith, which is having its anniversary. 20th anniversary in April. It's been 20 years.
Yeah.
Since it's just like you think about that.
Whew.
And like I was in
20 years, yes.
And I remember even before Episode 1, I remember because my parents were subscribed to Time magazine, and just remember reading all the rumors and the things that they could confirm and couldn't confirm. Like, there's going to be a pink female Yoda, and it was
Black Kennedy, who's going to stay at Lucasfilms. You got to remember, Lucasfilms is not just Star Wars. It's Indiana Jones. It's other stuff. She was one of the main forces behind Dial of Destiny. And I'm going to say this, a hot take about Dial of Destiny. Dial of Destiny sounded like a book of choose your own adventure. Like, think of all the shit that you would have hated for Indiana Jones to end off with. Like him saying, oh, he has a son, Mutt. As bad as Kingdom of the Crystal Skull was, according to people, they said it was not as bad as Dial of Destiny.
But that's almost like the whole Skeleton Crew and Acolyte. Skeleton Crew was technically just story-based. It was still visually.
It was like a child's choose-your-own-adventure novel.
But it was kind of dull and boring and kind of ended off poorly. It was a bad show, story-wise.
I'm sorry. The robot overseer being the head of the planet and stabbed through the eye. Come on.
There was no sort of...
Come on.
That was horrendous.
That is perfect masterclass writing. What are we talking about?
But the point is...
Mandalore can confirm this. What did I say to you after I watched the finale?
I don't remember.
What the fuck did I just watch?
Yes, but my point is, that was
because
a bad
I
show.
was going to say, they need to land the execution. Even if they had the HB droid from like an Old Republic be the headmaster.
If I would have said...
come on.
We came up with so many better theories of who could have been. There were so many better theories, like it was the original captain who found the planet, decided to protect it. That it was the original HK-47 or one of the HK of Star Killer's time, of the Old Republic. There were so many better options for it to be. Even an actual just robot, not just this huge supercomputer. Have it as a robot that could have actually done something other than just a supercomputer.
And hell, even that series, I contend, and this is what I couldn't convey. That series has Rogue Squadron stamped all over it.
Well, as they're all intertwined, but and you take one out, it's kind of impossible to like. They had to do reshoots for that show.
Who's gonna come save us? The X-Wings. I'm like, Rogue Squadron. And I don't mind the diverse Rogue Squadron at the end, even though the blue one was cringe, but let's be clear. Okay, if you've never seen Skeleton Crew, and most people probably won't, they reveal Rogue Squadron. That is Rogue Squadron.
Yes.
Or members of it.
Well, I think the Owl was supposed to be in Rogue Squadron. Was considered to be in
Rogue Squadron has, like, I think one or two main people, but it's a rotating group of pilots.
Yeah. It's kind of like Star Trek without, like, the main cabin crew. It was Star Trek with, like, 3 or so people.
Like, and Poe was one of the big ones.
But it was a horrible show. Compared to Mandalorian, compared to the great shows, Mandalorian Season 1, Season 2, even Ahsoka, Boba Fett, it was horribly done. It was visually impressive. It was tolerable. It was okay. But it was...
But the series had some of the best alien design we have seen in years.
And almost all the effects were practical in that show, which makes it even better. But
is the key.
You compare it to Acolyte. If you didn't have Acolyte, Skeleton Crew would have been as destroyed as Acolyte would be, except for there was no lore breaking that they did.
I mean, what? It's a treasure planet left over.
But there was no lore breaking that Skeleton Crew did. It was just a bad show for kids. Kids would probably enjoy it.
Jude Law's character. Jude Law's character, despite being a mix of Goonies, Treasure Planet, and Treasure Island, is still a good film. I mean, it's a good show. It is still the entertaining show.
Well, and the character was done well. Like where
Jude Law's character is good. Yeah,
you never really knew where he was standing the whole time. Like he always had this sign like he might actually be somewhat good in the end. Like we overestimated their creativity. Like we had these theories that he was going to be the final bad guy, but then in the end be good at the very last moment, which he never did. He was defeated, but he kind of realized he was fucked. He kind of sort of said, "Okay, I've lost." And he was left to sort of...
But we did have a theory. He is force sensitive.
Yes. And that was just poorly done in itself.
You could look at it. Acolyte as a show was just, how do you fuck up that era?
But there was nothing.
Free real estate. Oh, no. I have to recall, I got told by someone I played Diablo 4 with. He liked Acolyte. Oh, but they showed Darth Plagueis as a cameo. I'm like, the moment I saw that, I'm like, that's green screened like shit.
The moment I saw that, I was like, I hope to God the show gets canceled so they don't fuck up.
Please.
Please cancel before they ruin him. He's just, that can be so written out. And so the show, I hope it gets Willow treatment and removed.
Basically, you can always hope for the Star Trek Discovery.
Oh, yeah, that it's completely from storyline.
Yeah.
Well, so start that with plus Willow. So not only just denounced, but also...
We don't think about Willow. Willow was a series that came and went. I mean, I highly doubt anyone remembers the original.
I never watched it, and it never bothered me, but it's just... I heard it was crap.
The sequel was bad. But you know what's funny? You know, in the idea, you know what would be the biggest fuck you if Kathleen Kennedy wanted to do it? Resign yourself to fate. Live off your projects and royalties, occasionally work. And this was brought up by Bob and other people, and I kind of know it. You know the fuck you to the chuds would be, supposedly? Stop doing shit. Because they would, in theory, if your theory is true, they can't bash on Kathleen Kennedy anymore.
No, and one of the theories I had, which we talked about before, was that this was her doing this is a thing by Disney, leaking this intentionally that she might be gone, is to raise clicks and money. Like, they make money off of this. People talking about it, ad revenue from people clicking, watching.
But there's also the thing: the Chud channels, supposedly that all these people hate, would have nothing to milk anymore now that Kathleen Kennedy is gone.
Oh, they would always have people like...
they would probably have something. Geeks and gamers and them could still find something to milk. But
I never got into them. I'm more thinking people like Jeremy from The Quartering will always find something to hate, whether there's legit reason or not. Like,
but then again, I haven't watched a Quartering video. It hasn't been recommended to me in a while. And
I've lost anyone who does business with him. I lose faith in.
Dude, I think the last I saw, he tried during the whole, if you ever want to talk about the Goonergate thing, he came out and defended Melanie Mack. And I'm like...
Well, Melanie and him work together, and I sort of
I'm like, yeah, you could just sit there.
I lost faith in Melanie, and also, who else did he work with?
She was always crazy, though. And by the way, as honorary Star Wars fans, I don't like... Anna's just weird.
The Star Wars girl?
Yes.
I like her for some things. I don't really watch her. I've never really watched her videos, but some of her takes aren't horrible. But she's always just been kind of a little more extreme.
She floats in a section of the internet where she's friends with Ethan and CG. She's friends with all these people. She's friends with Yellow Flash.
She's pretty.
She's pretty.
She's pretty and she's conservative.
And she's
and she makes money. Therefore, she's friends with
conservative. I disagree with. She's a little weird.
No, but she's on the right wing, sort of.
She's friends with all these people, and she does pinups and she does other things. She just doesn't do OF, okay?
No.
But she is in the space. But when I was coming up through Star Wars YouTube, I grew up on what? Generation Tech? General Grill or whatever. I think of the name's channel.
And
Stupendous Wave.
Stupendous Wave is good. The only one I really hate with a passion.
Oh God, Edark's Ladder.
I don't know. That sounds familiar. There was one who I watched, but
Edark's Ladder. Or Eckhart.
No, that's
Eckhart's
not the one.
Ladder has been around for years.
No, that's not the one who I hate with a passion. The one who stopped doing it. There's one who did it, but now they focus more on Dark Souls. They haven't done Dark Lord Dash.
Oh yeah, no. Do you remember?
He did great Star Wars, but now he doesn't do Star Wars anymore.
Mm.
But what's his name? The one
I
who
will still give, even though Star Wars Theory was always kind of a grifter to me.
Oh, Star Wars Theory. I hate him with a passion.
You hate him because he's Canadian.
No, I'm Canadian.
He's not French Canadian, but he is Canadian.
No.
But no, he's had a very, but he actually did a very true to lore Darth Vader film.
Now, here's the thing. I like Malty more, and he's French Canadian. But Star Wars Theory, he's done some good things in the past. But he got too big, and his ego grew, and now he pretty much thinks he is the Star Wars, and what he agrees with is Star Wars, and what he doesn't like should be erased. And here's the thing: some of the stuff he talks about, I do agree on, but he just thinks his opinion is the top. And I realize most of his stuff is actual theory. He doesn't actually. I like people who actually. When I was getting back into Star Wars and catching up on a lot of stuff and stuff I never knew even before, it was nice to have people who actually talked about history, who went through legends and stuff and actual reason and source material. He just comes up with ideas out of his ass and goes, "This would be a great way for this to be, and this would be a great way." I was like, that doesn't help me understand things. That helps me understand your point of view. And as someone who's getting into Star Wars, you want to get the actual facts and then develop your own point of views. You don't want to go off someone else's point of views. Oh, I don't think I've ever watched him. I think I saw the video. I never watched it. Why This Will Change Everything. Oh, he's one of also those guys who can't put actual video stuff. He just puts video game replays in the background. Having fun? Did you mute yourself?
Oh, I did mute myself.
Because you're scrolling, but you're not saying a goddamn thing.
Sorry, I do boomer things, but I'm not as bad as Vincent. So he goes back as far as 8 years as videos.
Yeah.
Like, he used to do longer form videos at one point. Star Wars playthroughs, talk about it. Like, he's done his own, like, little stuff. Him, Stupendous Wave, right?
But people are making more money in short video because people aren't because attention spans have shrunk, that more people are not sticking around for long videos.
What was it? Stupendous Wave, right?
Yeah, Stupendous Wave is good.
He's been around ages too. 2014, unironically enough. But he does everything, and his people does everything from the other.
100% Star Wars has been around since 2017.
Yeah.
Oh, Stupendous Waves does good. The one who I don't necessarily agree with all his stuff.
I'm surprised you've never heard of Eckhart's Ladder.
I might have. Like I said, I saw that video about This Changes Everything. I never watched it. Star Wars Comics. Is that what's his name? One who actually does a really good Star Wars Comics. He does things. He does good things, but they're mostly good if you don't read the comics because he explains them years later. Like, obviously, you can't just spoil the comic right off the bat necessarily. But one person I recommend who does, it's all AI,
Yep.
Skywalker stories. It does conversations that have never been on recorded or just.
Oh yeah, this is what we're talking about. Like, there's a whole thing of like Legacy of the Force. This is where all of this comes from, right here.
Oh yes.
Legacy of the Force is a series that novels are good. And it's something I highly recommend people read the comics. It has some really good oh god, dude, I would even want to talk about Abeloth.
No.
God, Abeloth was like the worst.
Legacy was also very good because it also did some. It continued on. It pretty much was a continuation, like sort of Ahsoka is a continuation off of Clone Wars because they had some Jedi Masters who survived from the Old Republic, or not from the Old Republic, but from Clone Wars and older. They had the art was done well. The story was really good.
Yeah. See, here's the other channel. I grew up on like watching.
The one story that they fucked up on was because
this channel originally made its fame on doing Star Wars videos too, about 2015. Yep. I'm sorry. I love the clone. I love the Clone Wars era tech.
Oh, it was.
I love it though, even though it's derpy as hell.
You know what?
Come on.
It was derpy, but I don't know if it was as derpy as some of the stuff from the original trilogy. Because I'm sorry, the Y-wing, or not the original Y-wing, I always thought was an ugly ship, especially
what do you mean, the Arc. You didn't like the Arc Fighter?
No, I love the Clone Wars. I'm saying
Arc
the original
Fighter.
trilogy. I'm talking about the Age of the Empire vehicles. The Y-wing with those huge, sort of not thrusters in the back, just always looked bad. The Clone Wars era Y-wing was great, where it was a little more stubby and.
Actually, it does beg the question. Maybe you'd have to answer it to me sometime.
What?
What happened to all the Sith Empire stuff after? Did it just get erased? Why no one knew the Sith were around before, or were the Jedi just in power that long?
I think they destroyed it, plus locked some of it away in the Jedi Vault where only very few could see it, like Sith holocrons. Some of them were just destroyed because they were too powerful. Like Korriban was raided of a lot of Sith history.
Like they obliterated it.
Yeah, but there were still things there if you dug deep enough. But there were certain things, a lot of things that were bodies were taken and destroyed. Some were a lot of holocrons were lost to history. Because one thing Sith also do is sometimes they destroy their predecessors, their earlier people stuff because they see it as weaker and crap. Like they destroy holocrons because they don't want to share that, or they think it's horrible knowledge that they don't want to share. Like you hear these stories about lost knowledge, even just before. But I think a lot of it was destroyed, so it wasn't sort of. I think it's probably hidden out there. Like one thing that needs to be explored is the Outer Rim.
Well, okay, that's why the actual. To be fair, that is actually why I think when it was like the new, when it became the post the new Jedi Academy into the new Jedi Order, that's why like they just so the Republic destroyed so many this is something I have to probably talk about in a future date. The Yuzon Vong, kind of the derpiest race in invasion in Star Wars,
but they were cool.
But they were
derpy, but people keep talking about they want a R-rated Star Wars horror film.
Oh, you want that? Pull the Yuzon Vong.
No, there's two stories. The Yuzon Vong, but that's kind of ruined by the whole. I also think if you do the original Sith, the Sith race, could be a horror film. The original Dark Jedi being cast out,
So
and then landing on finding the first Sith.
So the idea, a lot of them, it goes back because the Yuzhan Vong came from dark space, didn't they?
Well, from
They
beyond
came
the
from
regions.
they became from
Unknown
the
regions.
They came from the unknown regions. The reason why the unknown regions is feared is because of stuff that lurks out there.
Well, because they're unknown, they don't know.
And there's also a bunch of cosmic horrors and a bunch of other shit out there.
Well, Yuzong Vong, there's also probably some still Sith out there. What's it called? Thrawn comes from the.
So, think about the Yuzhan Vong. Like, they are like, when you think of a race that, so they got cut off by the Force. Basically, long story short of their lore, they got cut off from the Force. They invaded, like, the galaxy, and all their weapons are bio. They look like something out of Aliens. Like,
oh, I know.
This is the actual Yuzhan Vong. Like, they have, like, controlling vines, they have bio armor.
They look like Pinhead, but without the pins. It's all that horror.
Yeah. And Jedi couldn't stop them because they couldn't be affected by the Force.
No, and they had their own sort of Force, which was sort of...
They were cut off from the Force entirely.
And they didn't rely on tech.
And every planet they landed on, they terraformed.
Yes.
Like a plague.
The best thing to come out of the Yuzhan Vong would probably be Legacy, because Legacy started off kind of continuing where, like, years later, like, that they found peace that...
Yeah, they had, like...
The Yuzong Vong war story was horrible because they started it in comics and then they just went all the story. And, like, for something like the Yuzong Vong, you wanted that visually.
So...
And they also fucked up Finn. The Finn from the Yuzong Vong war was a cool story, which was he was actually...
Also, you can't really... Like, do you know how Chewbacca really died?
Oh, yeah. And
he refused to leave a planet, and a planet was about to collide. His epic final moment was him being crushed.
Oh, I know. But it also had to do with Anakin Solo.
Yeah.
I think it was partially also that he was trying to protect Anakin. And Han wouldn't even talk to Anakin for years because he blamed Anakin for Chewbacca's death.
Yeah.
And then you get Chewbacca's nephew, who was a Jedi.
So, yeah. And what's so funny is Palpatine had so many... Like, the Vong War was like... Think of every Star Wars super weapon that they got rid of. They wish they had.
Yeah.
Every single super weapon. Because there's times in the novels, they're like, we wish we had the Sun Crusher. We wish we had the Mass Driver. I mean, they're not blowing that shit up.
Or what was it? The cannon that could shoot through light speed.
Space cannon, yeah.
Yeah, like they had so many weapons, especially in after the trilogy, after the movies. While the Emperor was still sort of in hiding, he came up with like the planet destroyers or the world eaters.
Yeah, like there is more than just the Death Star. Like
Oh no, outside of canon, outside of the movie.
Outside of the canon, if you think of how many super weapons there were, like,
Well, just
and
don't
a
you?
lot of them weren't destroyed up until the modern era.
Well, just even like the whole planet, like the World Eaters, they were talking to the planet who was making them for them, and they were creating bigger weapons that could fight them. Like it was kind of like a heavy metal war sort of thing where they kept making bigger and bigger weapons.
Hyperspace nullifier destroyed to prevent the Galactic Empire from attaining the technology.
Like they were just in a heavy arms war after Return of the Jedi. With the Emperor, there were so many high rankings who became warlords and people who thought they didn't have to fear the Empire, so they started doing their own shit. Like there were some big weapons that were made. Like not even like planet destroyer.
Composite beam super laser for the Rise of the Empire era. Yeah, there is a whole list of super weapons. Like these are just, and this comes from the canon lore, non-canon like things they do that start to devastation. It's weird, right? You can arguably say the Eclipse, yeah, super laser.
I have Palpatine wasn't anything. It had some weapons, but it wasn't. It was more of a base than it was a weapon.
To be fair, Galaxy Gun.
Yes.
So like
interplanetary ion cannon, like.
Sun Crusher's in here somewhere. Planet cracking missile.
Planet killer.
Yep.
Like even World Eaters weren't even dangerous.
But yeah, like Starforge was eventually destroyed for its own good.
Yes. Sun Crusher's right there.
See, there's Sun Crusher. Sun Crusher originally comes from a novel.
Yes. Oh,
you know what? It was literally a ship with one pilot that fired missiles that could not only destroy a planet, destroy a sun.
Yes.
And the entire system, and taking the entire system with it. And yeah, comes from a novel.
Some of the TIE fighters, even alone, like the Legends TIE fighters, were just really cool. Like I even just bring up the World Devastators alone weren't even that great. They were just, they kind of did big scale things, and we've seen like those in the Clone Wars 2D cartoon. But when you load a bunch of those on a planet, it does damage. Like,
I mean,
that could have stopped the terraform. That weapon alone would have been good for the terraforming, or fighting against it.
Oh yeah, there's like so many weapons they wish they had, and you look this up yourself. This has been in lore for like years.
My computer's listening to me talk to you.
Wow.
Because this video has never been recommended to me before, but on my suggested the most powerful beings in all Star Wars, and the preview is Bendu, Abeloth, Mortis Gods.
So your computer's listening to you versus me. There you are.
Well, it's better to have Star Wars stuff than other crap.
I'm sorry. What? You wanna go back and review the potential horror Antichrist fetus, which is going to be the child of.
Shut up! I don't need my computer hearing that shit.
What?
I already talk a lot of random fucked up shit that my computer hears, and I get some of the weirdest.
You know what?
Jokes.
I have my own phone. Like your own phone can double that, sir.
Oh no, I know that my phone listens.
Yeah, fucking Google it. Look, you don't want the image of the horrible fetus. It's going to be Lily Phillips's child or whatever.
Oh God! Do you know how many times I've talked about food? I just be having a conversation with my wife talking about food.
No,
and then
just burn the UK.
Oh God!
I miss that when you guys are reacting to that, but I'm like, oh God. Like,
well, she's apparently pregnant herself. The other one, the older version of her, Something blue.
They have horror. Okay, that's not different subject for different matter. But they
Who
had
said-
horror wars. They're friends. Come on.
But no, what's her name? Bonnie Blue. That's it. She lied about being pregnant for clicks because it made her money. It's like, and now she posted a custom car that was painted in blue. Like,
Really?
Tom bought that car.
No, her person. Who's the person? Her. Fun fact about Lily Phillips and her friend, they have horror-offs. They're actually friends and like rivals on the whole thing.
Oh, I know. That's why when one mentions they're pregnant, and when one mentions that when what's her name did 100, that's when she went, "Oh,
I'm gonna do 1,000." I'm like, oh. And you know what's funny? I think there was another version. I don't know if it was her who was famous. She was famous for like taking people's V cards. There was another one, maybe. I do not know what's up with the UK. I just blocked that out.
Have you seen the UK? They're full of Muslims now. That alone. Yes, I said something horrible and racist. Sue me.
I'm sorry. Stray Beans said you were trying to call him anti-Semitic. He's still butthurt about that, by the way.
I was just fucking with him just to get a reaction out of him. And then it's just... Yes. Because I just asked what he's... Because I can't remember what it was. I think we were talking about the UK or something, or we were talking...
We were talking about Australia going...
Australia, and I was just like, I know Australia's had a lot of anti-Semitic stuff going on. Like, they've been defending the Muslims and Gaza a lot. So I just like, let's just see... I just want to see his reaction. So I just worded it in the most inappropriate way possible, randomly, going, "So, how do you feel about them Jews?" And it just fucked with him for the rest of the stream.
But, look, I can speak from dealing with him. Now you know why I fuck with him.
Because it's so fun. And he's so fucking stupid.
He believes everything.
But I still can't get over his comparison about fantasizing about children is wrong compared to I can't even remember what we were fighting about. I just remember.
You know what? I actually have people. I have a person who wants me to get that clip from the stream for him.
Which part? The Jew part?
When he admitted to he wants that image.
Oh yeah, no, the way he jumped at it. Like it wasn't just curiosity. I understand that people go, I don't believe it, I need to see it. Or it's on their screen and someone posted it in a Discord, so they go, it's here, I'm going to look just to see how bad it really is. Which is fine. If the evidence is right there in a click, it's one thing. Like if we said we had the picture and whatnot, and he goes, show me. Or if we had the picture and we were in a private chat discussing on the side, one thing. Him going out of his way to say he wants to see it was just like, what? And I called him out right away on that, and he was just like, he was caught off.
The funny part about it is the reason why that turned into a shit show was because of Gay Beans. I had to sit back and, if you ever heard me unmute myself, I was laughing so hard.
Well, he was so unhappy I was there.
Huh?
He was so unhappy with me there because I was simply...
He starts shit shows with all these people.
Well, here's the honest thing. I came in honestly not knowing what you were talking about. You gave me a brief sort of topic about what the story was about the underage and that.
And then he went on to tell you, and you're
and
like,
I simply asked was trying to understand the debate because I like to know what's being talked about so I can sort of say this. And he took that as, well, you're picking sides. Aren't you supposed to just be quiet the whole time? I was like, and I never said I was a moderator. I said I was moderator like.
And he was saying you were a moderator. What are you talking about?
Well, he asked me why I was there. I was like, I'm sort of moderator here. Like, I have no knowledge of this, so I'm just here to keep the peace, sort of thing. But I was asking questions because I was like, I want to know, so you can, because there's probably people who are watching, so they can understand who don't know the whole thing. Because the best way to defend your side is explaining things. And he took that as me choosing sides, and then he got really upset. I was asking questions and trying calling him out on stuff, going, wait. You said this, but and he got so pissed off at me, and then I just started having fun fucking with him because he kept going in circles, and he'd say I said something. It's like, no, I never saw
No,
that.
you know what he started to do to you? Is he started putting the words in your mouth.
Oh, it's not even words in my mouth. He started saying things I didn't even say. It wasn't even rewording things to how I said them. He just started lying about what I was saying. He said, you agreed and so. I was like, no, I didn't. You also kept interrupting me so I couldn't explain things properly, and then you took what you got out of it. He wouldn't let me ask a question or explain something. He's like, you keep going in circles asking the same question. No, I keep trying to ask a question. You keep interrupting me and saying and finishing off the sentence for me without actually finishing it off.
Yes. And then I have a whole thing tomorrow. I get to talk to the Greek boy tomorrow.
Who's the Greek boy? Is that the one I don't like?
Sorter.
Oh, the one. Oh, I don't have an issue. It's just the first couple things he would say. The first time I saw him talking, it was kind of stupid. So I was just calling him out on stuff. But he's friends with.
You're more than welcome to come on to that one. We're gonna have the DEI topic and the people getting rid of DEI.
Wait, what's it? Getting rid of what?
Remember all these companies are getting rid of DEI.
Oh, DEI. I thought you said TBI. It's like, what's TBI?
DEI. Oh yeah, by the way, Gay Beans and also Bob, who I have to talk to next week, says culture war is bullshit, as well as DEI and CRT don't exist.
Oh, they all do. They also used to say CRT was never taught in schools.
Bullshit.
But then But then when people said we shouldn't be teaching it, they fought it. It's like, why shouldn't it be taught? Well, if it's not being taught, what's the issue? It's not. Just don't stop it. It's like, it made no sense. And he kept being called out on this. Like, if it's not being taught, why are you defending it? If I'm not preaching something and people are saying, you shouldn't be preaching this, I said, I'm not. I wouldn't then go defend it. I would, if anything, say, it would be a good thing, but I wouldn't be defending it the way they were defending it for something that was not being taught.
I think I have to give it a few. But in summary, though, I think it's like what we said with Kathleen. She's not leaving.
No.
Like, she just understands. She had a whole bunch of stuff she could work with. But damage to Star Wars is done.
No. And she, like, again, man, like, even though it was other writers and stuff, she still greenlit and said, no, that can't happen. This can happen.
We greenlit it.
But Mando, season 1, season 2 were perfect.
Andor caught hell because it was released in between bad projects.
Andor was also something a lot of people were against. I was one of the people against it, going, we don't need it. We really don't need it. We know how their story ends. We don't need to build on his character.
Mm-hmm.
And I had no hope for that show going into it, but it was actually better than I thought.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Skeleton Crew we enjoyed.
Yeah, but I think Skeleton Crew was more because of what it came after.
What?
But Andor season 2 trailer actually looks pretty cool. I might actually watch that show live compared to Andor season 1. I waited the whole series to finish and then watched it, which was probably better because season 1 was a bit dull. Like it didn't get that same urge to want to know what happens next. Andor season 2.
I don't know. Andor. Okay, so Andor to me is a good spot. Like, you don't always need Jedi.
No.
Look,
but if you're going to do a show about non-Jedi, Mandalorians is the way to go. Mandalorians are much cooler than Rebels. Rebels have always been like my least favorite group in Star Wars. They've got the worst outfits. Their stories.
The Rebel Alliance. Look, can we have the open, honest conversation that the Rebel Alliance is the dumbest motherfuckers on the planet?
The only time the Rebel Alliance was cool.
They are so dumb.
No, but the only time it was cool was when in Force Unleashed, when he was pretty much the face of the Rebel Alliance. When Starkiller, when they used his insignia.
Yeah.
They made that when they explained that was his family crest, was the only time the Rebel Alliance was interesting. It is dull. The outfits are horrible, and they pretty much Rebel Alliance and the Rebels all come off as just, when you look at them, they sort of come off as crazed communists or like libtards who are and Antifa. They're pretty much.
You know what? I don't want to give ideas. You know what would be a really good Star Wars story though that people forgot about? The Black Sun Organization, Shadows of the Empire, free real estate. By the way, also one of the funnest Nintendo 64 games. You know that was new canon too.
Who?
Shadows of the Empire.
Oh, that was a good story. Black Sun, although I did like Black Sun in Clone Wars with Maul leading it.
Mm. But yeah,
but there's been good things with Kathleen Kennedy. She has done not everything she's done, or
shit. She's done, but I disagree with her projects. LucasArts, Indiana Jones is still hers. That's still hers. That is, it's kind of like Doctor Who. If you're not that much of a Doctor Who,
I was up until Jodie Whittaker or whatever her name is.
Yeah. Did you know season 2? I'm gonna horribly watch. Supposedly, the test screenings for season 2
of the black guy
are going shit.
Oh, apparently he's already quit. He's quit.
Oh, apparently he's already quit ahead of the full release. He's already
because it was because everyone's hating on it because it was garbage.
Well, the first season, so they greenlit 16 episodes. So BBC went, or Bad Wolf, or was it's Bad Robot, sorry. Yeah. Bad Wolf, Bad Robot. They went and had Disney fund 2 seasons.
Yeah.
Because the BBC wasn't going to fund them.
Because they can't afford it because they're so crap these days.
So, and by the way, for a crew that, I swear to God, I'll touch on this with Sorter. Why does every crew says they're for diversity, equity, and inclusion have the whitest, most sexist-looking crew in the entire planet? But, anyways, that is a separate point. They greenlit the 8 episodes. Those 8 episodes lost the normies. They made Jodie with literally. I remember the first episode. I watched it. He was just walking from a gay club. Sorry, officer. I just got snowballed. What?
Jesus fucking Christ!
What?
Like
that's
You know what? I watched the first season of Jodie Whittaker.
Here's the thing about Doctor Who. Doctor Who was meant to be a family adventure show.
It was more for kids, for learning. It was
kids show.
It was a science show where the episodes that took place in the future were science lessons, and the ones in the past were history lessons. That's what the show was originally.
I'm sorry. What? Black Isaac Newton?
You know, originally when the show for the first Doctor. Not modern.
I'm sure originally, but even through Eccleston's run.
Do you know what? Eccleston.
Okay, Eccleston gets a lot of shit.
He only had 1 season to develop it when he didn't develop his character. I think Eccleston was probably one of the best.
But Eccleston is also the first modern Doctor.
Yes.
Tennant I had respect for right up until he signed off on his own character destruction.
Oh, yes. And he just commented about trans kids and whatnot. I loved him in a
He literally did that. And I'm like, it is worse. So he committed the sin that we all knew Patrick Stewart was an insane person.
But that's why he's lovable. People know that about him.
He is the progressive liberal guy who got more progressive when he got older. But he was also broken by TDS. So when it came, we're like, oh, he's going to have his own future show, Picard.
But that wasn't as much him as it was the writers that sort of...
No.
Oh, it wasn't?
Rumor, it's 50-50.
Here's the thing.
Rumor is 50-50 on that show. Picard, he signed off on that.
But here's the thing about him. he has kind of like no limits. Like if you watch the things he says as himself, I know it's scripted, but if you watch the things he says about himself on American Dad, he's willing to say or do anything.
Well, yeah, that's part of it.
Him being part of it doesn't necessarily do anything against him, because if he was written as the gayest gay, like the Black Doctor, it wouldn't be anything against him. It would be more of a judgment call. Like, why
now he did play Othello, but he was also a stage actor prior to doing Star Trek. And Gene Roddenberry designed Captain Picard off of him. So it's kind of like the series 2.5 Men. Charlie Sheen is Charlie.
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Oh, no, I know.
And in turn, it comes into he signed off his own character destruction, and it wasn't until season 3 it started looking like a Star Trek series again.
Well, I think he actually relates more to the fans, and he was hearing what fans were saying. So,
but 2 seasons,
yeah. But I don't really
okay. He originally dies. If you contact the robots from the other universe, they could still. I like Doomcock's prediction to it. They still call that AI to wipe out organics to the universe. They just shove that away.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so Picard is dead. Oh yeah, that is a whole thing. Like, I could not give a shit.
I watched it growing up, but I never watched enough to really know much of the lore.
I knew the lore, and I'm just like, if you're gonna sign off, even when you brought in, like, I think the only 2 remotely conservative people of the main cast is Brett Spiner and Jonathan Frakes. The rest went all lefty loony. Almost all of them. Then you also have in Doctor Who, the current season. We all know that, like, the original creator of the new era came back. Not Chibnall or Russell T Davies. He's destroyed his own creation.
Oh, I know. He came back.
He put a bullet through it, and
well, people were arguing what he was doing even before he left. But
we thought Chibnall was bad.
But he came back, and he was before he was defending Jodie. And I tried watching Jodie. I watched Jodie's first full season, and I watched a little bit of the second season. Mm-hmm. And it was just like, no, this is horrible. And they were forcing like this Indian sort of diversity stuff back then. Like,
no, if you go back as far as in Doctor Who's a separate discussion that I know about too. If you go back as far as Rose Tyler, you can see it. But Rose Tyler was not that insufferable of a character.
No, even who was the black one after her? Not right after her. I know there was Mickey. Mickey was a comic relief.
Yeah.
But there was the other one who I think ended up with Mickey in the end. The one who went with him to Shakespeare.
After
Rose, there was a black girl who ended up working for the special unit. And she got a lot of hate. I actually didn't mind her that much.
Now, we don't talk about Yasmin.
That's her name? No,
Clara Oswald. Gene Coleman. You're not talking about the black guy, not Rory. Not Rory, right? Amy Pond.
No, I'm not talking about
Donna Noble.
I'm not talking about the black chick who was bi, not her. Where's a list of companions on television?
You would know who. This is where
I need to go all the way to the 9th Doctor.
Or 9th Doctor.
Well, I don't know if it came. I think it came in 10. It came in 10. Mickey Smith was Martha Jones.
Martha Jones, yeah.
Because she was kind of the first sort of I honestly regret that Donna Noble didn't come in on the Ninth Doctor, because Ninth Doctor and Donna Noble would have been a hilarious.
Martha Jones, Rose Tyler, Amy Pond, Rory, River Song, and Clara Oswald.
But do you remember Donna Noble's companionship?
Yeah.
She was very bickery and very sort of. I think that would have been a hilarious mix with Nine's character.
Look, and
the whole episode would have been them bickering at each other and nothing getting done. It would have been hilarious.
Now, we do not bring up the Christmas specials that undid Dr. Donna.
Oh,
that should have killed her.
But I was actually willing to give the new Doctor a chance and watch the bring back of David Tennant. But then I started hearing about it, and I was like, what? No,
David Tennant went off his rocker.
Yes, he's gone.
It was worse than having to listen to the Star Wars is like Charles didn't get when me and Mandalore hated. Like, I still think Disney partly manufactured the Moses Ingram hate in racism. I really do.
Oh, yeah. Because, well, that's what they've been doing is nowadays, it wasn't back then.
Rage baiting.
Literally just, if you don't like me, it's because I'm black or because it's a black character or something diversity-wise.
We joke about this, but Disney has been doing this for almost every series they ever come out with. Think of it as controlled opposition. No Star Wars fan's going to look at Moses Ingram and say, I don't want to see her as a black person. No, I'm just going to ask, what is her story?
No, most people and I said, and that's when the real debate on real Star Wars fans going, oh, real Star Wars fans it's like, no, the story was.
Oh, and that's when they drug out Ewan McGregor to have, we don't endorse hate.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Oh, I need to remind you. Oh, do you remember the campaign when they said there's more diverse Star Wars fans?
Oh, God. Oh,
no. There's more of us. No, I gotta find that. Ingram, God, I gotta find that.
If you made Moses Ingram a white person and did the same the character, it still would have been horribly done. Because that character was not needed.
No one knows what this moment was. So Star Wars did a thing to own the chuds. I gotta find it.
Watch them quickly.
Very good. And there is more of us. I got to find this. I'll find this, and it went around pretty. It was a promo. It was a bunch of LGBTQ in all of this, where it was a promo where a bunch of diverse Star Wars people were like, there is more of us. And it's like, well, if there was more of you, then you would not have gotten Star Wars canceled. Acolyte would not be canceled. All of these series would not have been canceled. I gotta find. God, I need to find this. Nope. I gotta find it. And it was a Twitter video at one point, and again, the problem here is it is funny because I'm laughing because it doesn't make sense. It was literally a bunch of people who were not Star Wars fans basically saying there are more of us and stop the hate promo. Yeah, the Ewan McGregor was pretty bad too. Yeah, this is where Jesus. See, this is how my brain works. I remember things. It is one, and I wonder if I can find that. I need to find the original where they literally brought back Ewan McGregor to basically say it's not racist. Real fans can't be racist, basically. See, I remember it, but it was right around the time Moses Ingram was. But you can't make this stuff. Here we are. I guess it's still a TikTok, thank God. So Ewan McGregor's rant, they literally brought him out. You either need to be like part of the solution or part of the problem. And this is literally a thing that was making its way around. And it's at the same time they also did, around the time of Acolyte, the promo, There Are More of Us promo. And I swear, I remember it right off. I could visualize it in my head. I'll have to find it.
Did you see my comment I made?
Where?
In the stream?
Yeah, where did you hear?
Oh, no. Oh, it didn't show. I guess it didn't go through. I made a very vulgar comment.
I'm glad you did it. So do you remember what I'm talking about, right?
Well,
it was making its way. It was making its way around Twitter. I know it was. There Is More of Us.
Didn't that come out after Acolyte, not Kenobi?
Was it? Or it was around Acolyte.
I think it was from the Acolyte.
Then the other one around Kenobi was when they drug out Ewan McGregor.
Oh yeah, that was just him coming out saying the hate she's getting is not right.
But what was the one? There Is More of Us.
That was.
I know it. Oh, and it made its way through Twitter.
I think that was after because I think that was after her twerking video.
You'll have to find me that video because it may have been. Let me see.
Oh, I think I might have found it.
Did you find it?
Just give me one.
It was around Twitter. You can share it. God, this is why But you can't make this stuff up. This was actual marketing.
Found it. And I remember there were some parodies that came out against it.
Really? Hold on. Oh, that's right. You can't post leaks, right? Did you post it in private chat?
Oh, private.
Put it in private. I'll bring it up. Hold on. Oh, yes. They're stuck. The Star Wars is for everyone. Yes. So I have to show this people. This is horrible.
Oh, God.
It is.
And it made them look even worse. It didn't even help. Like, people were just mocking them.
Is this the meme of it or not the original video?
No, I don't know. I fast forwarded. I think this might be the real one.
This is it.
Oh, that is.
This is it. Are you sure this was not the alternative one? No. This isn't the one.
No, because I was going to say that the Let's Go Brandon shirt wouldn't have been allowed.
No. This was the comment one done by Raging Rhino. No. I need to find this. Hold on. I wonder if this is it. Hold on. Let me see if I find this. Hold on. The original. Oh, God. Now I need to remember the video. But it's as cringe ever.
And it was for the Acolyte.
Yes, it was for the Acolyte.
Because it's, yeah.
I gotta find. Now I know what it looks like. Oh, God. Yes, it's awful, by the way. Oh yeah, it says cringe is like that.
But it was just, I can't remember if it was before or after she did the twerking video.
Yes.
And it was just, no one hated the show because it was black. They hated the show because poor acting. They spent how much money, and the sets and the outfits look like shit. The lore breaking, which people still fight on. That's not how you bleed a fucking kyber crystal. And the power of many, the power of one, that bullshit. Like, it was just...
I want to find the one that was floating around Twitter. I have to find it. What was the original? It's gonna bother me.
I'm finding...
I don't want the meme ones. I don't want the meme ones. I want the original. Oh God, it's a meme that writes itself. It was done.
No, and what was funny was it was mostly it was white people.
No,
you could get like a handful.
Okay, let me go to a different browser. Let me see if I can find it.
But it was just so horrible.
It was. See, by the way, if you want to come back, apparently Google's gonna start curating.
Oh, lovely.
Oh yeah. Because they did it to... I wonder if it's even still out.
No,
you have to find it.
The only time I'm finding anything of it is people reviewing it.
Yeah.
And I found one person who might have had it, but it's set to private, and you have to pay to be a member you have to have a membership to them to see it. I think it did so much more damage than it did good.
It did so much bad stuff that it just destroyed it.
Yeah, because I'm looking up.
I remember seeing it, and it made its way around.
No, it was bad, but the show was bad on so many objective levels. If you take out the casting, if you take out the
okay, it was done. It was in response, because a lot of it, remember it was in response to the famous twerking video.
The hate that she got for the twerking video, where people said, "What the fuck does that have to do? This rap is crap. Whatever the song was horrendous. And what does this have to do with Star Wars? And this is actually making it. You're doing more about you're doing."
And then everyone said, right? Nah.
Did more proving a point to the actual racist than defending against racists. And then
I need to find the Star Wars, but it's not as cringe as the Star Wars is for everything.
No. And I think they might have taken it down because it was just so bad.
I'm sorry. Everything lives forever. This is actually still around.
Oh, that is.
This has been mean to all high hell.
Because whenever I look it
up, this shit has been memed to high hell at some point.
Whenever I look it up online, I only get the IMDb for it. I don't get any actual videos for.
You think I'm making this up? This was.
It
was around this time period that this happened. The greatest part is the lyrics to the song for clickbait and fodder. And she totally did this herself, by the way.
Oh, I know. And
she totally did this
herself. Yeah, and she was attacking people. It's like,
yes.
Like, people have, you have the money to do this on your own. No one else does. What the fuck are you bitching about?
Spreading divide and mining for me. Yes. This was see, this survives, but not the Star Wars is for everyone. How?
Because it was Disney who put it out, or
I'm going to have to find that. It's bad. What's the other one? I don't even think you can find the Ewan McGregor one. Can you find that one?
okay, I gotta send this to you.
I know.
It's relevant.
I'm sure.
I just posted inside chats.
You know what? I saw your other one. Ah. You know what? I have to show people the origin of my meme. I wonder. I'm going to show this. So 2 years ago, bear in mind, the image I use, people wonder what my original image is. I'll make people laugh here a second. It might be in this video. Hopefully. Does it show it? You stupid thing. 3 yards. Hold on. Here, I guess I'll show it this way. Yep, that's my original. By the way, this is what my image looks like. If you looked at it in full. It's funnier. It is funnier in context if you ever see it. There is so much lore implications in this.
Oh!
Did you find it?
1 second, let me...
Okay, this is what I was talking about, right? When she got warned about her racism 2 years ago. Yeah. So she was warned by executives of potential racism. And then the racist claims came out. Yep, but that's the infamous arch on butter. Sitting on a waffle.
Not the right one. It's a response to the response.
It's a response to a response.
And it didn't even...
And you can't find the original.
I think they nuked it offline.
It has to have been that has to survive somewhere. Because I've seen it in promos for other channels cut up.
Oh, there's probably people who still have it, but it's not posted.
But it doesn't. It's the shit that writes themselves.
Like, I'm even trying to find someone who's watching it just to have it.
See, this is bad when it gets nuked off the internet.
Okay, I found someone who comments over it.
Okay.
So that's still better than nothing for right now.
Yes.
Unfortunately. But I think they went full...
It probably got nuked off of YouTube,
because it did
Twitter.
more damage. It hurt them more so.
And what mark is it?
221.
221?
Is where it goes into it.
Oh, yeah. So this is it. Yeah, this is it. Does he play it in full or does he go...
No, I think it's for copyright that...
Okay, so this is the original. They responded to it. So as best you're going to get. I can't find the original. So this is the original, right?
Yes.
If you could find it.
I think they nuked
around the galaxy, you think you could find that original link? On Twitter?
I'll go off the video. Just give me... Yeah.
ATG cast? You can't
I'm
find
going to try. I'm going to try and
ATG cast. So it goes through this video here. It matters not what tries you see. Because it's a minute-long video. Doesn't matter. Like, for every action we take, the louder we speak. And then it has an Asian guy as a cartoon character or identity. An Asian person. Yeah. A white guy, regardless of religion. A black disabled guy. A weird white guy. Another weird white guy. This. You will have to find this. And it's literally, there is more of us. See if you can find it. Hashtag there are more of us.
Well, I know it's in January and they haven't posted in a while, so I'm already in March of that year, so I'm almost there.
Yes. This was it. You'd love to find the original minute. Hashtag there is more of us. Yes. And these are like new Star Wars fans.
Well, and that's what they talk about, the real fans. And it's just like, no, the new fans are fake fans who are putting their own politics and inserting their own vision into something that already exists.
And then they do the whole thing. Bear in mind, there is so much more of us. And it must have been so bad it got nuked off the internet. I swear, they tried it.
Oh, I'm willing to bet. What's the date? Yeah.
Oh, I found it.
June 24th.
I found it. It's 51 seconds, but I found it. I did find it. Here we go. I found it. I found it. Uh-huh. Here you go.
You're not going to play the audio?
I'll have to download it. Oh, God. I'll download it and play it. What? This is the original video? Oh, God. Oh, God. This is horrible.
Yeah, like...
This is so bad. This is the original. This is a copy of the original, but it's the closest we're going to get. Hold on. I will find it. Told you I'd find it. So much fun. There you are. Yep. Told you. It exists. It exists, guys.
Yes. But, yeah, it was a response to the response of the twerking video, which was just...
Yes, it was in response to the twerking video.
That you think that people are against you because you're black, so what you do one of the most black things that there is. And do a twerking video in rap, in black and white. And then just...
She claimed she did herself, by the way.
Yes. As like you, and people were calling her out on that. You have that amount of money to be able to afford to do this on your own, and you're complaining.
Star Wars is for
And
everyone.
then
For everyone.
Here we are. There you go.
And I was going to say, what was the one who wrote it?
Amanda Stenberg.
She then, after it came out, she started petitions herself for people.
Oh, by the way,
review
did you hear about the fake brigading by Rewriting Ripley, which I still have bookmarked?
Oh, no.
No? To cancel Star Wars theory?
Which one?
Amanda, for that one?
Everyone.
For everyone.
But what was the theory?
For everyone.
To cancel Star Wars theory?
Star
Oh, that it
Wars
was
is
done
for
so
everyone,
bad to erase it?
regardless of race.
Rewriting, it was done by
Regardless of
Rewriting
religion.
Ripley.
regardless of gender.
Or identity.
Social media should be a place where we can share our love for the franchise.
Without being attacked for what we enjoy.
There is no room for bigotry.
Remember, there are more
Yes,
of us.
this is the
More of
original.
us.
Yeah, but this has been slightly edited to show that
This is
the
close to the original. The original
There are
is so
more
it
of
doesn't get
us.
taken
There are
down.
more of us.
There are more of
but it's
us.
also showing
There are
calling out
more of
their
us.
There are
hypocrisy.
more of us.
There are more of us.
There are more.
See, the original is a minute. And it's the only reason it's probably still up.
No, this whole video is more the original. It overlays not to protect it, but also to show the hypocrisy where there's no like the left is like no hate, which was the whole bit, which was the no hate,
What was
the big
that?
slogan.
Yeah.
Huh?
No, what was the other one?
But remember the whole slogan about being not mean to gays was like no hate.
What was the other one?
But that's what that
Yeah.
and the left doesn't. The left is the party of love and whatnot, but they are some of the most violent.
Oh, have
ugly
you ever seen Rewriting Ripley?
No.
Ever?
Ripley from Alien?
No. Have you ever heard of Rewriting Ripley?
No.
This was Rewriting Ripley.
Well, as I said, the show was written by. It's a fan movie made by a non-fan who hates the fan.
Here, have you ever seen this? Rewriting Ripley?
No.
This was the petition to cancel Nerderotic and all of them.
Oh, I've seen. Yeah, I've seen that. That they hate. I've seen that people hate. You can't cancel them.
Yeah, this was Rewriting Ripley. Did they narc to YouTube?
Oh
You don't remember this story?
no, I don't remember them talking about that, but it makes sense. That and seeing the what's her name
This was
from
Rewriting
Ghostbusters,
Ripley.
who
That was Rewriting Ripley podcast that they all quoted. Yeah. And they also covered the Tenet Media story.
no, they're just anti-right wing. They're Antifa.
Yeah.
There's no room for hate unless you don't agree with us, and then you're a Nazi bigot.
Yeah.
They're the people who called anyone who didn't like Acolyte as a non-fan and every ism in the book.
Oh yeah, their Twitter speaks for themselves.
Just seeing the two posts just makes it clear as day what they are.
What do you mean, theirs?
Just seeing the post that you shared and that little bit you
Yeah,
scrolled.
This is their entire. Do you know what they do? Is they actually They report. Ouch.
No, they hate.
Yep. I don't know when they last tweeted, but I'm surprised this is still up here.
No,
Salon.
the left is Salon, the people who protected child grooming.
Uh-huh.
They wrote a story about it. It's like, yeah, like no surprise there.
They remember the whole fake Tenet Media story? Turned out to be nothing that everyone believes.
Which one?
Russian money paid for Tim Pool and all of them.
Oh, well, there's some truth to it. I don't know what the fuck's going on.
They paid for Critical Drinker.
The only ones who are actually connected to that is Roaming Millennial and her husband. And they're the ones who've gone missing since that whole thing came out. Not missing as in, oh no, they've been abducted, but gone missing as in they're not doing anything on the media.
And hate against the quartering.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quartering is a piece of shit.
No doubt.
I won't defend him.
No one would.
People will. But no. The left is more hateful.
Such a successful channel. Oh look, the main founder's tweets are protected.
Isn't Katie the one that I met? The video of the one we met that I met. What's his name in? Wasn't that her name?
Don't know. All
No,
these.
no, the one we were talking about where I met the Aussie guy.
Mandalore?
What was the
No,
girl
different
who we were-
Katie.
Oh,
So this is apparently was there a podcast on feminism and fandom in the age of social media.
and stopped in 2021. Yeah. Whoa! It would be fun to find out if these were paid by You Said.
You said.
How they've been funding all this left media crap.
Oh, USA, yes. Hey, but at least I found it. But yeah, no, that original video. I know where to find it. I have it. I want to find the original.
But that was just calling out the hypocrisy where they're like, you can't hate blah blah blah. And I hate Star Wars theory just for his ego and his attitude, but they hate on him for right wing ideas. Like some of his ideas, as I said, I'm not against. It's just how he presents. And they were trying to cancel him and wishing death upon him.
I really hope. Have you heard all the shit? And I say this, I'm going to close out for real. This Harry Potter series looks like a total clusterfuck.
Oh, the fact that Snape is black?
Yes, if that's real.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The people who are making the show, they're making the show for more woke people by doing this. But at the same time...
she said supposedly she won. Oh, no.
But no, here's the thing. The woke community wants nothing to do with her. They're not going to watch it.
Oh. Oh, dude. Here you go. Ah, sometimes Twitter makes me laugh.
Oh. That's disgusting.
What do you mean?
That's disgusting.
What? Meet the new Hagrid? What? Really?
I'm not into that shit.
I saw something you tweeted. By the way, this episode of South Park is so good. No? The Kathleen
that was
Kennedy
funny.
episode of South Park? Put a chicken, make her gay. You gotta love Twitter. Sometimes.
It's a love-hate.
And the problem is the guy did such a good actor.
Oh, the one who played the original Snape?
Yes.
Oh, he was an amazing actor. I loved his first big role in Die Hard.
Look, they could have used Adam Driver. Adam Driver literally looks like a younger version of Snape.
That's what people were saying if they did a...
I mean, look, you couldn't cast Adam Driver as it? Come on.
No, because a role he would actually be good for, they couldn't do it.
Actually, to be fair, he has more of an acting range than Daisy Ridley.
Yes, but I just haven't liked him in anything he's been in. And it might just be because I feel that the Star Wars ruined.
Really? Has Adam Driver been in anything else?
Oh, he's been in a few things.
See, we might do this every week, though. It would be funny. Let's see. Here's a bit in. That does remind me. It's like Daisy Ridley. Has Daisy Ridley been in anything else?
Yeah, she has done a bunch of minor things. There's actually a movie I want.
2025, Father looks like it was canceled. See, he was in Megapolis, which wasn't a bad film, but Multi didn't like it. Ferrari, 65, The Last Duel. TV. And can come to think of, has Daisy Ridley been in anything?
Yes, there's actually
A
a movie
film?
that just came out that I actually want to look at.
She's in the movie Cleaner.
Yeah, that's the one I want to see. It's more of an action film. It kind of comes off as a sort of Die Hard sort of story.
Oh, I heard about this.
Where she's a cleaner stuck in a building and she has to fight. That's taken over.
Yeah, it's me. Oh, yeah. So this was the female Die Hard film that was...
Well, not quite Die Hard, but it's sort of a person who wasn't supposed to be there for fighting off terrorists.
Uh-huh. Okay, now that I put the face to the name. I didn't think that was Daisy Ridley.
Oh, she's done a bunch of more sort of girl movies.
She was in a Disney biopic last year.
Wouldn't surprise me.
She did it in 2024 for the woman who swam the English Channel.
Yeah, that was it. That was... She's done a few things.
She's done 7 voices, 7 episodes in Forces of Destiny, the web series.
Yeah, that's... She's voiced herself. Well, she's voiced Rey. She did Peter Rabbit.
Bro, they also have Rise of the Resistance here, too. Oh, yes, let's talk about the Galaxy theme park, Galaxy's Edge. No?
No, I want to go to Galaxy. I buy stuff from Galaxy's Edge. I just hate traveling.
Well, that'd be very expensive for you to go down there, though.
Well, I also don't like traveling. I've never liked traveling because I always worry about leaving shit and prep it. Like, make sure I bring everything I need. Make sure I remember to bring home everything I took. That nothing gets lost. Nothing goes wrong. I have bad anxiety. There's a reason I'm on disability. But if I could afford it, it would have to be like a direct flight to Florida, a cab or something taking me directly to, and I'd have to stay at Disney.
Do you know how much, like, a trip to that cost, like Universal?
Oh, I know.
That shit's a day pass. Disney parks?
Disney parks can be more than a day, but if you want to do everything. But the problem is, I would be there more for doing things in person and like for the Star Wars part, and to buy stuff.
Is the Galaxy Park still open?
Yes, there's 2 of them. There's East Coast and West Coast with the 2 Disneylands, but stuff is expensive just buying it online. Going there and then either customs it or I would have to buy stuff for myself and then ship it to myself.
So I guess Galaxy's Edge is still there.
Yes.
Yeah, it's in Florida. Galaxy's Edge.
But when we should be winding down.
We're good, though. No, if you want to come back on tomorrow, I mean, I don't know if you like the Greek boy. I'll talk to him, or you could be... It's going to be on DEI, so...
It depends on what my wife allows me to do, just because when I'm streaming, because our desks are right near each other, wow. She can't listen to stuff as much.
So she takes over half your office?
No, because we live with her parents and we live in the basement, and the basement's pretty much a small apartment because we have our own kitchen and whatnot down here.
Yeah.
But my desk, we're on the back wall, and I'm on one side of it, and she's on the other side with all my stuff in between us.
Mm-hmm. But we'll figure out topics if you want. If you want to do this on a weekly basis, we could figure it out.
Like, here I am at my desk. Her desk is over there.
You took over the room.
I moved in, and I kind of took over the whole basement. She gets the bedroom to decorate how she wants. I pretty much made the whole basement Star Wars.
I know how that works. I'm not going to out for what she said, but you have your bad. It's like if you saw my office, it's a bad cave. But you just said, here, we're going to give you that. And she has one cluster.
Well, it started off when I moved out. I had a small, I had a black shelf, and all over my desk and dresser was.
Okay, seriously, how much have you spent? How much do your shelves cost? You have the shelving. That shelving is not cheap.
Wait, the one behind me?
All your display cases.
Oh, the glass shelves.
Put up your
they're Detolfs. I don't think they made. I think they discontinued them, which really pissed off a lot of fans because they're actually the cheap display options. They were about 50 something bucks a piece, and I have 12.
They're like the ones people display 40K armies in.
Yeah, they're just the cheap 4-layer glass shelves,
and you can find a couple.
They're at IKEA, or they used to be. They're called.
Oh yeah, you can find those for as I said, people use those for 40K armies.
You can usually find them used because they're discontinued or harder to find sometimes, and people don't like assembling them. Usually, if you buy them secondhand, they're anywhere from $50 to $100, depending on how in demand they are. I got them all brand new. They were about $50, and I've got 12 of them.
Interesting.
And then I've also lit them all up, and the lights were about $50.
You know how cheap LED lights are now?
Oh, I know, but when you have to buy enough to light up the whole thing, they were about $80 for a set of 4 string lights, and it takes about 2 packs to 3 shelves.
Yeah, so you're fair. Well, we might do this every week. We'll just pick topics or so.
Well, and if you're doing something tomorrow, remember also Multi was planning on doing a stream Sunday or tomorrow?
Sorter is talking about since he's in Greece, he has to. It's 12 o'clock by time. He has 3 or 4 hours. It'll be interesting talking to him.
Yeah,
and the whole thing on Kathleen Kennedy, we've pretty much established it. It's like when we're fans, but it's like she. I don't think she was going to leave.
No, and it'd be stupid. Kind of like, what George Lucas still gets money from Star Wars because his name is still on it, still George Lucas or Lucasfilm.
I mean, she could live off royalties, but. You could also, as like Charles argued, she's 71 years old. Does she really have to work?
No. But this is a coin I got for being at the premiere of Endgame.
Nice.
They're metal. They're sort of like the challenge tokens or challenge coins. It's just a heavy metal coin.
I have not restored my shelves after the house fire. I have in my office. I have my books. I have everything. But anyways, we'll probably do this maybe weekly. We'll just figure.
Oh yeah, and I don't mind jumping in on other streams that are more political, especially with the Aussie, just because it will really piss them off if I'm there.
Oh, I don't think he'll be coming back to my channel. I finally had to block him. But
you blocked him?
Yes.
But it was kind of funny. Right after I did the stream with you guys, a lot of my pages were being bookmarked more than normal. A lot of my posts on Twitter. I was wondering if he was doing that to use against me or as examples of how I'm a horrible racist. Because as you've even said, and I acknowledge, I post horrendous shit.
Did you see who was bookmarking your shit?
No, you can't see who bookmarks, which sucks.
I bet it was him.
For a short bit, all my horrible jokes were being. I know some people bookmark stuff because they're funny.
I saw something you did horribly the other day.
Which one? Almost everything I post is. But as people who know me know, most of my humor and most of my racist comments are in jest.
Okay, it was the midget.
Which one? Oh, the cheating. If you only want to cheat a little bit.
Yes.
That one made me laugh so
I
much.
looked through. Horrible.
I showed it to my wife and she just sighed. No,
I did the sigh and I laughed, okay?
But it's funny. Like, I make racist jokes in humor, and people who know me, like,
it's not a it's a joke.
Oh, it's a horrendous joke.
It's sad. It was still funny. I was like, God.
All right.
No, never fear though. If your stuff gets bookmarked, it's by a gay Australian.
Well, no, I do get some things bookmarked because I know some people find it funny and people want to share it later, and that's fine.
But
I've seen other people.
I have to share this with you, and I'll say this on stream too, so I'm gonna get it. So I had a recent conversation with another person who's in another Discord that I met.
Mm-hmm.
He said Cuckword is from a part of California, Australia that's like California.
Yeah, that's all of Australia right now.
Arguable. Not all Australians are as bad as him, but there's a lot.
No, they're very kind of lefty.
But anyways, we'll try to both see this. We'll get this more focused. But
Yeah.
the Star Wars fandom, we may have to figure it out because I kind of would do like to go over Legacy of the Force.
Well,
it is such a good series.
I would even love for Multi to actually fucking watch Clone Wars and Rebels because they're actually good stories and actually do reviews of those. But he doesn't do that.
Even the original Clone Wars 15-minute shorts.
Oh, I hated that. I hate that style. It's not good for Star Wars.
They weren't good, but it was still good.
It was still Star Wars content.
Didn't they find
voice acting was horrendous on that. The young Anakin was horrible.
Oh god, that'd be like the old CGI. But anyways, I recommend that for people. If you ever really want to learn about when Star Wars was, like Clone Wars, it's I am a person of many fandoms, but I like them. Star Trek and Star Wars I grew up on.
And also Finn was much better in Legends. He was white, half alien, and a Jedi.
By the way, Finn was a missing mark, but theory crafting for another day.
And I still think Finn was I still get the feeling when I'm watching the movie, even knowing he's not. He still comes off in the first part of the movie as a special needs character.
Look,
Just the way
I'll say this. Just remember, all you had to do was make him as a Force sensitive and be trained. Instead, we're going to get the Rey movie where supposedly it's going to be all female Jedi.
No, Disney has gone back on some of their
burn it with fire,
with some of their woke stuff because they've realized it's hemorrhaging money now. Like
I'll cover that tomorrow. All these companies are doing that.
Well, some of them still are holding by them to at least a small level. Like Disney still has it, but they had to rewrite part of what's it called, Inside Out or whatever that movie was.
No, Inside Out. By the way, they were going to make. I'll bring this up tomorrow.
The main.
They were going to make because it's about a 14-year-old girl discovering herself or growing up. It's like the worst thing in secret to hide. They were going to say she's closetly gay.
Yeah, there was a whole storyline,
and she's a 14-year-old girl.
But they had to remove it because they saw how bad it was looking. They removed it.
That was before Trump was elected.
Yes,
but I'll cover that tomorrow. I got to get started.
Acolyte hemorrhaged money. It lost money. They lost so much money on that because not even because of how bad it was, because how much they spent on it, and it was bad.
So even if you made $6 billion, right? We mentioned they pissed away money. Well, that show wound up being like $200 million an episode.
What was it compared to? Every episode was the same or twice that of Godzilla Zero or whatever.
What is that? Yeah, it's a bullshit.
Every episode was equal to or not more than a movie budget. Every episode.
So
I know it was compared to.
They said it's a budget of $180 million. So they say it cost about $22 million per episode.
The budget for it was $670,000
a minute.
It was $645 million budget to make the show.
Wow. Anyways, they say the budget was 230, but yeah.
Oh, make it worse.
Jesus.
Oh yeah, it's been revealed that each episode of The Acolyte was made more for than double the whole budget of the Godzilla -1. Every episode was twice the cost of that movie.
I don't know. So it says if it cost, I'll look into this more, but it was astronomical for what it
Every episode, Godzilla -1 budget was estimated between 10 and 12 million.
And then every episode was 22 million.
22.5. So yes, Every episode.
Jesus.
So yes, so every episode was double that or more of a movie. And that's why
But comparing it to Godzilla -1 was a little unfair.
we're not talking about how much money it raked in. We're talking about how much it cost to make.
Well, yeah.
The show should never cost the same as a movie.
True. But that's another. So at least let's see. Tomorrow I'll be live at 12 because I'll be talking to Sorter. So
Well, message me with the link and let me know when and if I can come on, even if I
I know I saw they're going to be doing a React video tomorrow with Gray and them supposedly.
Well, I don't do the normal. Well, he said Saturday or Sunday, and I just nothing against multi. I like doing multi. It's just.
But I'll catch.
Yeah.
Well, I'll be back tomorrow. So we'll see.
All right. Well,
tomorrow at 12, guys. It's gonna be the topic's gonna be on DEI and getting it out of industry. So and me and Mandalore will probably do a little short topics things every week.
So what's his name that you're going to be talking with?